Hello, I am Gregory the Poor Typist, and thank you for hanging with the Poor Typist. So, again, we're just hanging out. I hope you will join us. I'm hearing a weird electronic sound. I think there's like interference with my wife's speakers, but anyway, we'll we'll move along here. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. It did not do that last time. Yes, let me try and get back. But yes, feel free to join us. Um, at typepals.com, especially if you like exchanging letters or postcards using typewriters. Yeah, definitely join us, and we would love to have you. And you can also find out about how to join these live streams on there. But essentially, you just go to launch.typepals.com. So that's the shortcut. But yeah, we're just hanging out today. So let's let some people in. Let me turn off the waiting room so people can come straight in. And let's admit everyone. Excellent. Yeah. So quickly, I will show. Let me switch cameras here. While they're getting logged in. This is the typewriter I'm using. I have to say, so this is essentially a Royal Light, but it's branded Companion. So a Royal Companion from 1962. It's one of my go-to typewriters. So I just love it. I love how sleek it is, how compact it is. It feels significant when you hold it. So I absolutely love it. Very snappy, and I like the typeface on it is slightly different. You probably won't be able to see it, but oh, there you go. It's slightly different from your normal typewriter typeface. Yeah. So anyway, let me put myself back on. And Neil, how are you doing? You're muted.
You think I'd figure that out after time? I'm doing well. How are you doing, Gregory?
Very good, very good. I have some kittens that have just eaten, so they're quite happy.
Oh, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. Are they adjusting to their new home?
Oh my goodness, they love it. They love it. They just go racing from room to room, and they're strutting around like they own the place. And
They do.
yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh,
great. That's great.
yeah, yeah. So, and are things settling down there now after all the chaos?
Yeah, yeah. We've still got some folks on the island who they experienced quite a bit of flooding, so they're going through the process of having 10, 12, 14, 18 inches of salt water in your house. So a
Uh,
lot of appliances on some of the streets. Luckily, the uh, federal government just declared our county a disaster area, which gives way for funding for
yes.
debris removal and that sort of thing. So it's happening. It always takes time, but we're still nothing compared to what the folks up at Fort Myers, that area. This is a cakewalk compared to that.
Yeah.
They're just devastated up there. But
Wow.
yeah, it is what it is. But no, we're doing fine. Doing fine.
That's good.
Yeah.
And you personally are doing well?
Yeah, we're very busy at work right
Yeah.
now, so I haven't had a chance to get a lot of letters out recently.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, this is our. I don't know if I ever mentioned it on here before. I work for the Florida Keys Mosquito Control District,
Oh.
and we uh, try to control mosquitoes through various means. And we've got ground operations, we got helicopters that do. So unless you, I mean, I'm from Michigan originally, so when I moved here 22 years ago, I had no idea that there were people that had mosquito controlled districts. So
Wow.
you couldn't live here without controlling the mosquitoes. So
Yeah. Yeah.
and after a storm event like that, we get rain in areas that we haven't had it in a long time. And then right now we're getting what they call the king tides. So they're the highest tides of the year. And so that brings in water in areas that don't normally have water, which brings mosquitoes, which bring disease. So we have to control them. They're major disease vectors for some awful diseases like yellow fever and dengue and chikungunya and all those. So anyway, needless to say, I supervise all the ULV, we call them ULV operations, that trucks that go out and spray at night with adulticide. So that's keeping us really busy right now. Hopefully in the next week or so, we'll get it all under control and things will get back to normal. And then usually by the end of November, things really slow up because it's our dry season then. And so, but yeah, so I've been very busy with that. So
Yeah.
it's
But
all good.
we all go through cycles where we either can't or aren't in the mood to write letters, and yeah, so
Yeah,
that's completely understandable with your work. So
I feel no pressure anymore about when I receive a letter, like I have to get one right off. I still
yeah,
try, but everybody understands that
they do.
the
They
letter
do.
will get there when it gets there. So
Yes. Yeah. We have mosquitoes here in Southern California, but it's nothing, absolutely nothing compared to you guys. So
well, it's interesting because I'd say the last 8 years or so, 8 to 10 years, they've taken on always looking for a different way to control them because none of us like pesticides, but sometimes it's necessary. So we try to keep it to an absolute minimum. So we've really increased our larviciding, which we use a natural product that is not harmful to people, pets, nature, fish, any aquatic life or anything. And we spray it in a liquid form from helicopter, and it lands and gets the larvae before they even become mosquitoes. So it's been a big, and we're trying we're in partnership now with a company called Oxitec out of England that it's been very controversial, but we're trying to use a technique with genetically modified mosquitoes. Of course, that brings up a whole fear in a lot of people if they don't understand what we're trying to do. So they have developed only the female mosquitoes bite. So they've tried to develop a mosquito that can't reproduce and mate it and then release the males in that certain area. It's not for a typewriter form, but if you ever want to Google it, if you just Google Oxitec, you'll learn all about that.
yeah.
We've
Wow.
been very, very busy with all
Yeah.
because our products, the pesticides that we do use on a limited basis are only licensed for so many years, and they have to go through a whole new licensing process. And when they do that, becomes stricter and stricter, and more restrictions on the usage, which is good. But we have a very limited toolbox right now, so they're always looking for new ways to battle the little buggers. So
Yeah. Excellent. Well, it's so good to see you.
yeah, well, thank you. I have no new typewriters to report, so staying busy with the IBM Selectric.
Oh, nice.
Tuning it, tweaking it. So yeah, it's been a lot.
Yeah. Nice. Excellent. And we also have Christoph and Susan, Sean, and Daniel. So if anyone wants to talk, feel free to talk. Because again, we're just hanging out today, so it's very laid back. But if you have anything to share, feel free to share it. Yeah.
Hi.
I've jumped on the Selectric bandwagon in a big time. I just got my second Selectric 3, and I'm working on it. It's right in front of me, and they're all gummed up. So I buy them, but they're This one I was hopeful that it wasn't going to be that gummed up because it had been used not too long ago. But I still find that the mechanism has seized up a little bit. It's a challenge. I'm with Neil there. Like we're trying to work on them. I think Susan is a smart one in a group. She has her Selectrics worked on by somebody that really knows what they're doing, which is not necessarily my situation here, which is not at all my situation. Yeah, it's a bit of a it's a complicated it's an interesting challenge, and it's very complex. But just understanding how the internals work has been something that's been, to me, very, very interesting to discover that how this whole system, the wiffle tree, and for choosing how the ball is going to rotate and tilt, and the whole system together. And I made a tool. I made a half cycling tool which you screw on the right hand side to cycle this mechanism by hand instead of just having it turned with the motor. So I made 2 of those, and that was fun because they're left-hand threads. It's not very common, and but it's interesting too because I've discovered. Let me see. I have it here, and I'm wearing my gloves, but I hope I don't damage this. This is the history, the repair history card that that comes with the. And this was with this machine here, and so it came into function. It's the date here is September 1st, 1981, and it has a few repairs inside, but not that many. And then none of the services are recorded here. But this is a repair card, not a service card. So I just wonder, it wasn't meant to be recording the regular servicing. This machine, I know its provenance. I know its history. It's interesting because it was in an office of teachers union, and it was there for many, many, many years, and therefore it was maintained. It was regularly serviced by the company that sold them. And in the early 1990s, when computers came in, this was obsolete. So one of the teachers that was involved in that union bought it for his own personal use and had it at home, and at one point had it serviced the last time in 2015. Then it was lent to somebody to maintain a list of members in a choir, in the church choir, and that person used it for a number of years, and then the person passed away, and then the typewriter came back to the person that had bought it from the union, and I bought it from that person. So I really like when I get a typewriter and I know where it was before and the history behind it, and I know where this was sold and where it operated most of its life. And I went to pick it up, so that was a bit of a car ride, but allowed me to do a visit family and my mom. So that was good at the same time. But I was hoping this one would not have that many little issues, but it does have. As soon as something comes up in the mechanism, it stops working properly. So that's the thing. So hi Bill, we just joined, and I'm talking about the fact that I'm on my second Selectric 3, and boy, it's a bit of a challenge, engineering challenge, to work on these. But I like the challenge. I actually like being pushed and trying to understand something that I don't understand before, and reading all the technical manuals and understanding how they work and so on and so forth. So I get a bit of a thrill out of that. So that's
And
why.
Daniel, you said that you made your own recycling tools. That's pretty cool. How'd you do that?
Yeah, I have a lathe that is a thread cutting lathe. So
Oh, wow.
I'm able to turn screws and so on and so forth. And I posted picture on the golf ball typewriter shop Facebook group. So if you, I think you can see it, even if you're not a member of the group, I think you can see the content. But I'm happy to send the photos, and if people want a tool, I didn't say that I was in business making tools, but if people say, hey, I can't find it. Actually, there's one person that makes them and sells them on eBay.
Yeah, I
So-
purchased one from him, and it works great. I thought it was pretty incredible that you could not only make one, but make that it's left-handed thread is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it has to cut the other way than normal ways from right to left. When you're cutting threads, this one is from left to right. And I almost went into autopilot. Autopilot mode is, when your brain is not really thinking and it's kind of memory, muscle memory. When I started to cut the thread, I started from right to left for the very first scratch cut that we call the scratch cut to make sure everything is fine. And I went like, oh my God, no, I'm going the wrong way. So I almost got it wrong. If I had continued in autopilot mode, I would have screwed up for sure. One of those things. Yeah.
That's great.
So good to see you again, Neil, and thinking about you guys in Florida after the Hurricane Ian, just like last week. Yeah.
Yeah, everything's good.
Daniel, has your IBM got a normal keyboard or a French Canadian keyboard?
My two Selectrics have French Canadian keyboards, and the Selectric 3, both are 96 characters. So it's got an extended keyboard with additional keys.
Thank you.
Y'all are so far behind me. I was so excited that this week I was able to put a colored ribbon into my IBM Selectric fabric ribbon cartridge and actually make it work. And here's Daniel creating these weird tools that I will never use because I'm never going to repair my Selectric by myself. So good job, Daniel. Yeah, I couldn't believe that I was actually able to follow Joe's instructions that he wrote out for me without a video. I looked at Phoenix Typewriter's video, but he cheated. He used a carbon ribbon cartridge, which doesn't have the stupid little ball bearings in it to hold the fabric ribbon in place. And so I had to struggle with the stupid ball bearings, but I persevered. And now I have a blue and green ribbon to type on my IBM Selectric 1. And this week, the tiny one, my baby Selectric, will be here. And I can't wait. I'm so excited. But today I'm typing on my Olympia SM7.
Oh, yeah.
My turquoise one. And I just put a brown and orange ribbon in that one for the fall. I'm so far behind in my correspondence, but I promise if you've written to me, I am writing back. Fortunately, we have a holiday tomorrow, so that gives me another day to get letters ready to get in the mail. Neil, I got your type ball. Thank you so much. It's a lovely type element.
Great.
But there'll be a letter coming to you too, my friend.
Wow.
But yeah, I've had a lot of fun this week. No new typewriters because, I'm paying for that baby red Selector. But I did find this cute little type brush in its original box. So I thought that was pretty cool.
What's written on the box, Susan? We can't see.
It is a company it says 956 type brush, round style, and it's from a company called A.B. Dick Company, duplicating products. and it's a wooden handle with a round type cleaning brush with really stiff. And I'm not even sure that the brush was ever actually used because it's the brush part is not dirty, although the wood is patinaed. So don't know.
When I was in high school, I took it was called graphics technology, but basically we worked on printing presses, and the company was AB Dick.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
And then I also got a Bates stapler.
Oh yeah.
Let me zoom back in on you.
What a cutie patootie, huh?
Yeah.
Because now, because of Joe and Ted, I'm into office supplies. So there you go.
Are you in the American Stationer group on?
I am, yes.
Okay, good.
Sadly for me, there's a guy that lives in he doesn't live in my town, but he lives in the North Texas area. And his name is Thomas Stack. He's on that group. Hey, Thomas, if you ever listen to this, hey. And he always beats me to the office supplies. Now, a couple weeks ago, I got my Ace liner stapler that was the Hermes green color. And he had the nerve, after I posted it on that Facebook page, to say, oh, I left that one behind. I thought, you son of a gun. But yeah, it's always a challenge which one of us is going to get there first to the office supplies, because we both love the office supplies. But there's so many things on there that I've never even seen before. I don't even know what they are. So, and that's kind of how I am with some of the older office supplies. If I find something and it just is interesting to me, I get it. I don't even know what it is till I get home and start researching it. Isn't that ridiculous? But yeah, I'm not sure it is. I just go, okay, well, I don't want Thomas Stack to get it, so I better hurry up and grab it. But yeah, on the typewriter front for me, it's been kind of quiet this week, which is good. I did have one of my friends who's a collector say to me, oh, now you're into the Selectric. All you're going to do is collect the golf balls. And so you can just sell me your collection, Susan. I said, I don't think so. I'm not giving up all my typewriters to you, buddy.
That's not quite how it works.
No, just because I'm getting the Selector doesn't mean I'm giving up all my beautiful typewriters, like my Olympia turquoise SM7 with the large script typeface. Oh no. Look at all those. Yeah, that's pretty.
I got those. So there's mine, and some that like Manifold, Orator is something. Adjutant. I don't know.
Yeah, I have that one.
That's one of my favorites.
It looks good, but I don't know why they chose that name.
Yeah,
why they chose that name, Adjutant. It's kind of like the Hermes director pica or something like that. So, although this is an elite, this Adjutant is a 12 TPI. So, and Bookface Academic.
That's one I'm waiting for.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna get that one, with my machine. Yeah,
seems
my
like
guy,
really
he's so funny. I told him, I said, Darwin, I need some more type elements. I'm gonna send you a list of what I'm looking for. Now I just got a group of 14 off of eBay, so this list is kind of the little more rarer ones, So I'm getting the Manifold, I'm getting the Old English or the Old World, whatever you want to call it, those two from him. And I'm getting the Bookface Academic. I'm getting a distinctive pica because I have the distinctive elite, so I want the distinctive pica. But he said to me, Susan, you have some really weird names on this list. Like I've never even heard of some of them. Like I put on their business script, and it is a beautiful script typeface. Unfortunately, he doesn't have it. But anyway, I said, yeah, I know, Darwin, I'm looking for the really weird ones. And then he told me that he had a bunch of composer elements and spare parts that he threw away because nobody ever wanted them. And I said, oh, Ted Monk has a composer. He could have used those spare parts probably. So you got to check with those people who service these machines, because they have a bunch of stuff. Although I will tell all of you who are looking for type balls, there's a guy who just posted on eBay a bunch of type elements that are $5 to $7. There is an old world on there, Neil.
Are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you.
I'll catch you guys later.
If you go onto eBay and put type elements, search type elements, IBM type elements, he'll be the first one that comes up. And if Carlos listens to this later, because he's looking for the adjutant, he has the adjutant too.
Is it a Selectric 3 ball for old?
No,
Selectric 2?
there's Selectric 3. It says 96. He puts 96 by it. These
Yeah.
are he has some Selectric 3 type elements.
So
and
he's
he
got
has
both.
some 1 and 2 elements. So
Right, so he's got both for Old World.
I think he only has the 1 and 2 old world, I think. Because he didn't have it listed as 96. He had some other elements that were listed as 96. So yeah, so that's like $4 shipping, but it's, you know, if you're looking for a particular one.
Well, it's important only because if people just are getting into Selectrics and they don't quite know the difference and they get super excited and they go buy a ball and find out it's for a 3, not a 2 like they were hoping. Not that that's, oh God, not that that's ever happened to anybody.
Oh yeah, I mean, I know that a lot of times those Selectric 3s, if you don't see a picture of it with the yellow writing, then if they will put 96, and if they put 96, that's what you need for the 3.
Oh yeah, no, I'm well aware of that now, but
Yeah.
I mention that for anybody else who gets super excited and bids before they actually take a look and do research. To your point earlier, Susan, sometimes I do the same thing. I just buy first, research after, and then find out I don't really want a 3. I wanted a 2 or a 1. But now
Well, I
got
was lucky because my big buy that I bought, the 14 type elements, they were all for a 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, that's great.
And so, and since I had really nothing except a Prestige Elite to start with, that was a good buy.
Yes, absolutely.
But you know, they're expensive now. They're, you know, I've looked on Etsy and everything, and they're expensive. So yeah, but anyway, Neil, I wanted to tell you that in case you're looking for Old World, but I did not find an Oriental. So no Chinese menus will be written by me this week.
Oh,
I've got a bunch of Chinese menus I've got to get ready. So
I can, however, write out a few Bible verses, Neil.
well, I found the seller you told me about right here. So I'm going to order as we have our meeting.
Well, I just thought you might be interested to know, because there really wasn't anybody new this week until suddenly yesterday that guy popped up, and I said, oh, I better tell everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
one thing I'm wondering is with that Oriental typeface, now, is it just a matter of it being extremely rare and hard to find, or is it always priced very high, but you can easily?
I think it's because it's rare and hard to find, because very few people bought it because it's so obscure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sunshine and Oriental are among the 2 rarest golf balls that you not find.
Yeah.
Price.
So therefore they're very rare. You know, I've done some pondering in my mind about this, and I think really most Selectrics were used by businesses. Okay, they really weren't for, like, our portable typewriters, people bought them to use at home, right? So the Selectrics, a lot of them were used by businesses, and maybe they would have a couple of type balls at that business. They didn't really collect type elements for them, not like crazy me, you know? So it makes it hard to find ones that are not really business-like typefaces. So yes, you can find a script, for example, because they said, oh, that would be good for correspondence. And in my little booklet, it actually lists out groups of type balls that the IBM people selected that you might want to buy. Like if you were a legal firm, there's a little list of typefaces that you might want to buy. If you were an accountant, there was a grouping that you might want to buy. If you were a, you know, just general correspondence, this would be what you would want to buy. So that was kind of interesting to me because there would be like maybe 4 or 5 for each type of business. But, you know, they didn't anticipate, of course, that there would be crazy people like us that want to have everyone made for that model of typewriter. You know,
there was a particular element I was looking for. I'm not sure which one it was even now, but in amongst the group, there was a couple of balls that were just, all it said on it was, I've got them, all it says on there is IBM. They were the very early ones. I ended up getting 2 of the, I guess they call them the dog ear clips now. So
lucky you.
I've got 2 of those type. One's it just says IBM with the dog ear, and then I don't know, have any idea what type of typeface it is. It doesn't look like anything particularly interesting, but
okay, well, that little clip though, if you have any that have the broken hinge,
oh yeah,
that little clip is easier to use than the little clips that come on the ones that have the broken hinge, I think.
Yeah, it's just that these are intact and I wouldn't want to break it out just to use that clip for it. But I've got an extra clip that I use for one of mine that has a broken top, but I can't remember. The one just said IBM and the other one, I can't remember what it said, but I don't know. It isn't identified with like Courier or Prestige or anything on there. But interesting.
Does it have a number or anything on it? Because sometimes the OCR ones just had a number.
Yeah, no number. I'll have to look at it.
Maybe it's called Surprise, Neil. It's the Surprise.
Yeah. Oh, the other one that had the dog ear was just the symbol element. So
yeah, I have a symbol element too, but it doesn't have the dog ear.
So what's interesting also is that I got a bunch of ribbons with those 2 Selectrics, but in my mind they're all like past their best before date. IBM in their catalog says that carbon tapes are good for 3 years. These are pushing 20 years, maybe, I don't know. I even have like a blue one. I have a couple of blue ones. These are carbon. And for this machine, they used to make something that was like a fabric, but you can't find them new. So maybe what you did, Susan, is put, did you put, like you bought colored ribbons and then you put that into a cartridge? Is that what you did?
Yeah, what I did was I buy colored ribbon anyway for my regular typewriters, first off. So you can get the colored ribbon from a lot of different sources, like Ribbons Unlimited carries them, and there's a FJA Products that carries them. And you can get single color or you can get bicolor colored ribbons. Yeah. So I love to type in various colors, and so because on ecru paper, the beige paper, the brown really looks beautiful when you type.
But I'm asking about how did you do it?
Okay,
like,
so you take apart the cartridge. The cartridge is a little cartridge and it actually has little pegs that go into little things, and you carefully take apart the cartridge, and then you remove the original or the ribbon that's in there. I saved mine because with the IBM that I got, there was actually 2 cartridges. One was installed on the typewriter, and one was one that the lady had done in 2019. And it was in plastic, still wrapped up, sealed. So anyway, I took it apart and I took the ribbon and I rounded onto a regular ribbon spool, you know, a normal plastic spool like these, you know, and then you save the little core. But when you get to the end of the ribbon, there's actually a little ball bearing that holds the goes into a hole. It pokes the ribbon into a little hole, and the ball bearing holds the darn thing in place. So you have to figure that out. And then I just round the ribbon onto the two little spools and then put the top back on, and miraculously it worked, and it actually reversed and everything. So now I know I can do it. And while I'm not going to have as many colored ribbons for my IBM as I do for my other portables, because believe me, I'm, don't want to waste a bunch of ordering ribbons to get cartridges just to do that. It was fun to see that I could do it. And people hadn't thought that you could do that. Which in my little booklet, it says that originally you could get a bichrome ribbon for the IBM Selectric one, black and red, as well as other just single color colored ribbons like dark blue, light blue, medium blue, dark green, medium green. So they sold colored ribbons back in the day, which is interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that there was a bichrome selector on the Selectric one.
So on the Selectric ones, there's a little ribbon selector underneath where the cartridge mounts, and it has 4, just like on a Hermes, it has 4 settings.
Okay.
It has the stencil setting,
Okay.
then it has the top of the ribbon, then it has the middle of the ribbon, and it has the bottom of the ribbon.
Okay.
And so on mine, the blue is at the top. So I can, on the top or the medium setting, I could get blue, and on the bottom setting, I get the green. And it's a 1/2 inch ribbon. So it's actually a 1/16 of an inch smaller, Daniel, than the regular IBM Selectric ribbon, which is 9/16 inches wide, but it still works. And I really didn't have any bleeding or anything from one color to the other.
Okay.
So
Well, that's, yeah.
so
Yeah, because ribbons, finding ribbons for the models that I have, or I know it's not finding them. It's just that they're very expensive compared to, like fabric and having a cartridge that you can reload or something. So I think that's the big difference.
well, you can load a regular black, just a black plain ribbon onto these cartridges too, and just write in black, which is what apparently a lot of people have been doing, because it's difficult to find the original, the 9/16 inch wide ribbon. But Phoenix Typewriter a year ago actually did a video where he showed how he took a carbon ribbon cartridge for an IBM's Selectric, and he wound it with the fabric ribbon and used it on a Selectric one, which was pretty interesting. And it has a different connector. It has like a little clippy thing, which would be easier, I would think, than what I had to do with the stupid ball bearing.
Oh yeah, no, I think, but what he did was replace the carbon
Yes.
spool with
Yes.
the ribbon spool. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, I see it. Yeah.
Oh, you hooting boy. Go on, go. Oh, hell is broken out.
Hi, Joe.
Hello there, Gregory and everybody. Well, not everybody, but everybody in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, not literally. How you
We're
guys
not that
doing?
big yet.
Yeah. How we doing? Good.
Good. Yeah.
Well, I was just getting another letter out here, typewritten letter, and you might remember the saga from maybe a few weeks ago, months ago, whatever. I had this huge backlog of letters waiting to be answered that goes back almost a full year, right?
Yes.
Well, we're down to 12 letters. and the oldest letter is July of this year. So actually, we could be caught up completely this week if we do a couple 6-letter typing sessions, which I did a 6-letter typing session yesterday. But anyway, I like to use my little Royal Mercury for addressing the envelopes because it'll fit a number 10 envelope. It's the larger pica size, and it's a modern keyboard is number 1. So it makes really good legible addresses on the, so anyway, that's that. And you guys probably saw me file. This letter is actually going to John Maye, who was living in the Philippines this summer, and now he's back in Canada for another month or so. But my new filing system is, so I used to keep every card and letter, period. And I would file them in a 3-ring binder, maybe about, one of those 4-inch thick 3-ring binders. I would keep them, every single card and letter I've ever received, alphabetically, A through Z, right? Filed by last name. And naturally, you can see where that's going, right? It's going to be out of control. So then I decided I would just keep the last letter that someone sent me. So that's kind of what I do now. So, and that way the notebook doesn't get any fatter unless I get a new correspondent, a new writer, they go in there. But so everybody's gets this, however big their letter is, the last letter is what I save. Anyways, it kind of hopefully will be a little more sustainable for me long term. So
Yeah, definitely.
That's way more reasonable anyway, Joe.
I know.
I was going through the same thing. I was keeping every letter and tying them up with, I wouldn't put it in the binder, but not ribbon, but what do you call that? String, old school string.
Right.
And after a while, you just got like this.
Oh yeah. I know. And then I had, so there are some exceptions. Like I was in correspondence to one person who was going through a tough time, and then he went through law school and finally got his law degree license, and now he's practicing. And I kept all those letters because his story was so compelling, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a few people that I do keep more than just the last letter. It depends if there's some kind of crucial information about their background that I don't want to forget. But so I've been typing on this, let me see if I can pull it out here. Typing on this tan colored paper. And I think it's paper that I got at Staples, and I don't know, it came in a pack, obviously, and I don't know what it's called, but it's 24-pound weight. And I kind of like it, but now, because I've been doing all these letters with the same paper, I've decided I need to switch my paper up. And, you go through these phases, right? So I really like this newsprint kind of paper. And this newsprint paper is the kind you buy in art tablets for sketching, like charcoal sketching. And there's 2 different types of newsprint paper for sketching. There's the rough finish and the smooth finish. And I only knew about the rough finish because I had a tablet of rough finish newsprint from years ago when I was practicing charcoal sketching. But I discovered when I was at Artisan Santa Fe, which is an art supply store here in town. Anyway, I got this big tablet. It's like 18 inches by 24 inches of this smooth finish newsprint paper, and it really feels like old school typing paper. I mean, it's really nice. It has that off-white kind of cream color and everything. But I had to figure out how to slice this up. And if you kind of figure 18 by 24 inches, how to make it letter size, like 8.5 by 11, you end up wasting paper. So what I did instead is I cut these to be 9 inches long and 8 inches wide. And there's no waste from that 18 by 24 tablet. But so they're slightly narrower and shorter than letter size, but they're bigger than half sheet. So anyways, I was doing that late at night last night, cutting up a bunch of this paper. And it's a big, huge tablet. So I have to use my straight edge and my razor knife and all that to cut it, because I was too impatient to just order the right size tablet online. I had to buy this one tablet at the art store, you know, because I had to have it that day because I'm so impatient. But anyways, so I got a new paper to use, and it's kind of fun, right? To switch out papers.
So is there a brand? Is there a brand to it, John?
It's probably Grumbob. Let me see. It's way up there. Hold on.
I called him John. He's gonna hate me now.
All right. There it is.
Newsprint.
It is
Newsprint.
Strathmore newsprint, and it's smooth surface. Smooth surface, which is the finer stuff. It's not real rough and toothy. But when I was going to my local office supply store, Staples, the other day, you know, they have a section there where they have packing materials like shipping boxes, tape, bubble wrap.
Yeah.
They have packs of paper that's almost identical to this stuff in big packs, like inch thick, maybe big size, right? For wrapping up, you know, dishes and china or whatever. And I got to thinking, that is so inexpensive. Like even compared to this big art tablet, you could buy a whole pack of that and just take your razor knife and your cutter and cut them down to letter size sheets if you want to get real thrifty with it. But that's another source of this kind of newsprint kind of paper. So
that's a great idea. My local Staples also has a shear, a big shear. And
you could get him to cut it. Yeah,
I asked them to cut some things, and they're happy to do it. And it's peanuts. It costs very little.
I'll have to see if mine Staples will do that, or if they have an attitude about it. Maybe it's Canada.
I was going to say Canadians are very happy to do things for people. I don't know if we get the same response.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may be in New Mexico.
Business, right?
It may be a little different. Maybe not even, you know, or whatever. So, anyways, well, we'll see. Yeah, they might do it. You know, certainly. So that would be fine. But you know, when you
back in the day when they had the small stationery stores, that was a service that they provided. I mean, you went in and you bought, say, Strathmore writing paper, and it came in a bigger size, and you had it cut to the 6x9 size that you wanted, or the smaller size that you wanted.
That's true. Yeah.
I do think that a lot of the printing, especially the printing places, do still offer that service. And then they rebox it for you in a different box. Because I've bought paper before that is watermarked one brand name, and it's in a different box when I bought it, because I'm sure they had it resized.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of fun having your own custom cut paper. And in fact, you could actually ask them to cut it to a special size. Like, I guess this 8x9 inch is kind of special in the sense of nobody has that.
Right.
But it's only because I wanted to evenly devise an 18x24 inch sheet into pieces, right? So anyways, that was fun. So I'm going to sit here and drag out the Olivetti that I've been using, which I need to show you guys.
Well, I
did the
wanted to
video
thank
about
you
it.
for your video, because of your video of how you cleaned up your Olivetti, I got down my Studio 44, took it apart by myself. Hello, applause, people. And cleaned my machine, and then my husband was inspired to write a poem about typewriter collection.
I saw that
which
poem.
is hilarious, because he does not do this.
Well, I think he's becoming a typist, right?
He's becoming a typewriter enthusiast, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Good job, Susan. Good job, Susan.
Well, that's great that you did that. You know.
Thumbs up.
Well, the instructions were very clear. And so I also fabricated my little body grommet thing for my 4 body grommets that were kind of squished with the little washer on the other side.
Oh, good.
And it typed before, but it types much nicer now, I have to say.
Well, this Olivetti the Studio 44 is the best one I've ever had. Like I've had 3 Letter of 22s, Studio 45, and the Olivetti Underwood 21. The 21 was basically the same mechanics as the 44 in a newer body style. And I had it for a long time. There's nothing wrong with it, but it did have like the pica typeface, which I like the smaller size better. But the Studio 45 was a different mechanism internally than the 44. And it's more like the Valentine and some of the later Olivettis. And it just wasn't very good. It was kind of jangly and the touch wasn't good. And it sort of would, it was sensitive to skipping and sensitive to piling on letters, which is, the worst possible situation. But anyways, I like this particular machine. I purposefully type on it with terrible technique, or, like when you're typing and you get that staccato thing, like when you type certain words really fast, like the word you do the TH really quickly. And I haven't been able to get this machine to skip or pile on letters. Even when I'm typing on my metal patio table that's kind of bouncy because it has the extruded metal surface, worst case conditions, it still performs perfect. And of course, the only caveat to it is it has the broken off, the sheared off carriage return lever. But, I've been known to do the, unlock the carriage. I've been known to do the carriage pull and twist instead with your right hand, right? Instead of using the carriage return lever. And in fact, yesterday, the letter writing session, I typed most of my letters on the Olivetti, but I typed a couple of them on the Hermes 3000. And I got to doing the same thing on the Hermes 3000, even though its carriage return lever works. It's just almost quicker for me to just pull it with my right hand and twist the knob,
Yeah.
So
mine has its carriage return lever, and it was one of the first European machines that I ever found. And I loved it from the beginning. Mine's kind of a greeny blue color, and it was made in Spain, actually in Barcelona. And so it's an Underwood Olivetti Studio 44. And it came from a person who bought it at an estate sale in Arkansas. And it had the little tag from that store. And of course they were telling me, well, maybe this was the story is that Hillary Clinton bought her stuff from this store. I said, oh my gosh, we're getting way out there, but
in a pizza parlor in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
Yeah. I always liked the feel of the keys. I know some people think the Olivettis are a little mushy, but people think the Hermes are a little mushy too. And that's really my favorite typing feel. So, I've always liked it, but I did not get it serviced professionally because it worked. And I really kind of reserved that for what I consider the ones I would never give up. But I enjoyed watching your video, and I said, okay, so I'm going to get this down. I'm going to do it. I'm going to follow Joe's instructions. And I did, and it came out great. And I was so proud of myself.
Well, good. I'm glad it worked out. It's kind of difficult at times doing those videos, especially for a machine like that I've never worked on before. So I have to kind of simultaneously have two hats on, like the video production hat, like which scenes I need, and just the little technical things, like, because I'm using a manual focus lens, and it's like, okay, is that in focus? And is my microphone close to where I'm talking, and without getting the microphone cord in the shot, and all that. And then also having to work on the machine and figure out how to do it. So it's kind of interesting.
Well, it's really encouraging to me was when you were talking about those grommets and the washers, and you said, okay, I'm going to do this, and it's going to work like it. It's not going to be exactly the same thing. Whereas Daniel, he would try and make something exactly like that and probably be successful. There's no way. I would take one look at it normally and go, okay, give up. You're never going to make a part that looks like that.
Yeah. Well, in my case, I didn't really know what the original parts were because of those 4 screws. One of them, the screw was sheared off in the machine, and the other 3, there was this one fat big washer, and the other one was missing the rubber part that had a metal washer. So nothing was original. So I had to kind of figure it out. And I ended up finding out that that extra thick fat washer that was in, I think, the back right that originally was in it, was a little too thick because you could move the carriage and you could hear a little bit of rubbing. And so the body needed to be a little lower. So I ended up making using a thinner washer, just because I happen to have a bag of miscellaneous rubber washers from the hardware store. I think like True Value or something sells a bag of different types of little rubber washers. So it's sometimes good just go to the hardware store and just buy like 5 or 6 or 8 of each kind of rubber washer that they have. Just stock them up.
Well,
So you
that
have
may
them.
be something that you do, but I typically don't do that. So typically, I don't think of myself as a typewriter repair person, so I don't typically do that.
Well, I'm not either, but I mean, I know myself that I have enough typewriters in my life, and I'm susceptible to getting new ones. And it's a
You
weakness.
are?
Yeah. So that eventually, I know I would probably need some more rubber parts.
Yeah.
So
know
I keep a
Harbor
stash of
Freight
them.
like sells a bunch of stuff like that. I mean, I
Yeah.
bought grommets from them before because a lot of the lids of the typewriters, they fit into little grommets, and those are sometimes hard and horrible. And so I'm comfortable with replacing, but the ones, things that are like, okay, it's supposed to have a thing that goes down in the hole, and then I don't know, it starts making me like really nervous, and I have visions of things springing and parts flying, and like I said, when I did the colored ribbon, it was scary. The little ball bearings, I mean, those things are so tiny.
I found it was difficult to crimp them back into the hole.
Yeah.
Because the hole is kind of tapered. It's designed you have to kind of deform it and pop it in, and so it'll hold. And so I had to use some kind of needle nose pliers eventually to kind of just crimp it in there. But it was a little difficult to do, but it worked.
Yeah, like I said, when I had Dwayne had posted, Phoenix Typewriter had posted a video a year ago, apparently, and he tagged me and sent me a link of this video of him changing the carbon ribbon cartridge, which is the same size, I guess, as the fabric ribbon cartridge for the fabric ribbon. But that has a totally different connector. It didn't have the little ball bearing.
Right.
So you fortunately had written to me the instructions. You said, but there's little ball bearings. Look out. I thought, oh my God. But I still did it because I was so determined, because people told me, no, it's not going to work.
Yeah, no, it works. But so the thing that encouraged me about it was they made that plastic shell of the cartridge out of a plastic that's more like polyethylene, where it's deformable, it's not brittle, it kind of bends a little bit, and that's really great because it just doesn't have the brittleness of a lot of plastics. Like the risk of breaking it is a lot less.
Well, what's interesting to me is that the machine that I bought came with the paperwork and receipt from when it was serviced in 2019. And at the same time, the lady bought from a place called Fine Line Ribbons in Ennis, Texas. She sent in her old cartridges, and they rewound new 1/2-inch black ribbon onto her old cartridges and then sent them back to her. She paid $3.50 for each cartridge to be rewound.
Wow.
And that was in 2019.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, that's craziness. So obviously that was the workaround that a lot of the ribbon people had come up with, since they may not have any new old stock.
Yes.
And Selectric ribbons. So,
Right.
it's pretty common, I guess, to do that.
Right.
And I was so pleased because Lucas Duell commented on my post and said, I didn't know you could do bichrome ribbons in Ivan Selectric. And I said, ha, I got you, Lucas.
Yes.
That'll be the only
Yes.
time in my life.
Well, yeah, it was fun doing it. And now the even harder kind of ribbon cartridge to find for those typewriters is the multi-strike carbon film cartridges. I have one of them, and it's a thicker film, and it reverses back and forth, and it goes on the same mechanism as the cloth ones. It's not, so those are hard to find, but they're fun. Hey, there's Ted.
There's Ted.
Hi, Ted. Anyways. So I guess I jumped in the middle of your conversation with Daniel. And
No, that's good.
anyways,
That's always allowed, Joe.
right.
Hey, oh, there's a kitty. We briefly saw a kitty butt. Oh.
Hey, wave.
Is that Bowie?
No, this is Boomer.
Boomer. I'll never get them right.
It's the last girl cat. She's an old lady.
Oh. Cute. How are you?
I am fine.
Excellent. Very good. I have my trusty little royal companion.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah. I just keep busting it out. It's so easy to just bust it out and type, and it works beautifully. Well, with the exception of the margin release. The margin release always sticks. So I just have to not use it.
Well, if it makes you type, that it's right for you. That's all there is to it.
Exactly. Yeah. I showed the kittens earlier.
She wants to be on my desk, but she wants to step on the keyboard and get into the camera and doesn't want to be petted, but she wants to be near me. So
yeah. Now the kittens have gotten much more, well, I should say even more affectionate, because they were already affectionate, but they're even more affectionate now. So
yeah. Once they understand that you're not going to eat them, they get pretty. They're pretty nice.
I think they're pretty sure of that.
That's part of the thing is you let them understand.
Yeah.
I'm not going to eat you.
And
then you try to get them to promise the same.
Yeah, very true. Especially, I've been seeing a lot of pictures of these enormous cats. I guess Maine Coons, and there's another breed it's domestic cat mixed with some sort of wild cat, and they're huge. So in fact, one just recently made it into the Guinness Book of World Records, so for the tallest cat, I think. So.
Now you're knocking my package off.
Is that incoming or outgoing?
This is outgoing to Lucas Duel. I just got a package from him yesterday, so
nice.
He sent me a mixtape, so I am sending him a mixtape back.
Nice.
Ooh, nice padded box, and then some photo slides from the thrift store.
Cool.
Some pieces of other people's lives, and then I'm gonna send him an episode of. Well, he sent me this nice Polaroid that he did of his Sony TCB5, I think. That's the model. Kind of looks like it. Cassette recorder that he did. Apparently, he chopped up a Polaroid camera back and put his some really expensive Hasselblad lens and billows in front of it, and got this picture with light leaks and out of focus.
He just posted a video of him using that recorder out in the woods.
Filming
an episode with one of those thermal typewriters used for the hearing.
Oh, the TTL one. Yeah, I saw that last
thing.
night.
Yeah. It was really funny because he was dealing with train noise and stuff kept falling. He was sitting on a log and it kept falling off, and just it was hilarious.
Yeah, his Foley was really not up to snuff there.
But it was humorous for those of us who do videos. It's I understand.
He had a lot of stuff working against him in that one.
Yeah. Anyway, I like that cassette recorder. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's one I wish I would have found in a thrift store, but so sadly I got the mono Marantz ones.
The Marantz
201s.
Yeah, that's what I have.
But I would sure love to find one of them Sonys. But I'll take this picture instead. Nice mixtape, various stuff.
Isn't Marantz supposed to be a better brand though?
Well, not better. It's different. It's more of a specialized brand.
Yeah.
they're both kind of the same, I think, in quality.
I think they're made by Superscope, or they're
Yeah.
The Superscope, you can will still service those in the States here.
Yep.
Which is actually really good because, you know,
I had a Superscope branded Marantz deck like long ago, but
I had no idea Superscope was still around.
Yeah.
Wow.
But there was a time when Sony made the highest end of a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, Sony was kind of the pioneer with that. The Walkman, and this is sort of a professional Walkman. I guess it's intended to be. It's a lot smaller. Yeah. It's actually smaller than the Marantz mono unit, the PMDs. But they were very pioneering in that space.
Yeah, there was a time back in the 80s when I was a consumer electronics technician, and I was factory trained on some Sony stuff. And my dad used to call me Sony boy.
Yeah.
Hey, Sony boy, come over here. Anyways, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so that's mail call for yesterday. Still haven't gotten May's package. So I'm wondering where that is.
The hat?
Yeah, I've been waiting for that for at least a year now.
Oh my.
If you think you're a little late, there's always, May to take inspiration from.
Yeah. Good things come to those who wait.
Yep. That's what I'm hoping. Yeah, he also sent me a sticker, but unfortunately he used it to close the packaging. So it's like, I wanted to stick it on my typewriter, but
yeah,
no, it's no sticky anymore.
You can't carefully trim it and then put like double stick tape or something. Well, you might not want to do that on.
I could, but that's low budget.
Yeah, you're
that's
not
a little too low-fi for me.
Oh, that's funny.
I like it crunchy, but I don't know.
It's got more production value than that.
Yeah. How are you?
How are you? Yeah, let's talk to Brian.
Yeah. How are you, Brian? Good.
I'm good. It's not that hot out today, so I'm outside with the dogs.
Let's zoom in on you. Oh yeah.
They want to play. I'm trying to get in my face the whole time.
They look very happy.
Yeah.
They're happy dogs. Go sit.
Oh. Oh, his hair. Oh my goodness. Oh.
So that's the dog show.
Nice.
What's the lab's name?
This is Tucker.
Tucker. Okay.
Tucker and Koa.
Yep.
Sounds like a crime fighting show.
I know, huh? Very cool. So are you typing anything in particular?
I'm typing a letter to Ted explaining why it's been so long since I've written. That's on the way.
Excellent.
See, now I can't type. I got too much dog. Why here?
That's your wrist rest.
Yeah.
Just enjoying the nice weather and hanging out.
Good. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I've been toying with the idea of switching to doing more postcards so I can get through the correspondence more quickly. But the caveat would be they would be large postcards. So I'm thinking at least 5x7, and then it wouldn't be like a photo postcard or anything. It would be like actual, like a letter, basically on a postcard. So yeah, we'll see.
Handcraft them?
What's that?
You gonna handcraft them?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
You have to use like a 15 CPI or something like that. Really small type.
Yeah, I was toying with the idea of using my my Smith Corona with the typeface is micro 15.
Oh yeah.
I love that one. It's very, very legible for being that small. So yeah.
Well, that's made me think I should write letters in 15 CPI or smaller if I can find it. And then I can include one of those lenticular magnifiers that so you can read what I wrote. And just the same size as the letter, just put it in the envelope.
Yeah.
Good idea. I'll have to do that.
You sent Ted on a mission.
He's going to come back with a lens, I'm sure.
Yeah. Woo, trippy.
A Fresnel lens is what I was thinking.
Yeah. Excellent. For some reason, it makes me want to sing the song Brazil. I don't know why. Brazil.
Thanks. You didn't have to. Thank you so much. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah. I think it was Romper Room where they would hold up like a magnifying glass and I see Sean,
Oh my gosh.
and I see Joe and I see Diane and I see Bill.
Yes, wrong.
I totally forgotten about Romper Room. That's really funny.
Yeah. I was recently reminded of Romper Room. I forget who mentioned it, but yeah, I was like, oh yeah, that's what it was called. Oh, man. That and Bozo the Clown and Captain Kangaroo and
Loved Captain Kangaroo.
he was clearly demented, but
He was completely demented.
Yeah.
We had in Phoenix, we had Wallace and Ladmo, which is the local like kids show hosts and stuff, and they were loons. They were complete loons.
Oh,
Chicago had Ray Rayner.
Oh, okay.
He would always do a craft segment where typically some child's mom would send in a project that they made for their kid and he would attempt to replicate it, and it always came out like a total disaster.
Wow.
The worse it came out, the more entertaining it was, of course. So
yeah,
it was pretty funny.
let me see if I can show it, but yeah, just the way things are situated on my screen here is pretty hilarious. Let's see. How do I spotlight myself? Here we go.
You're spotlighted.
Okay, there we go. Now let's see if I can do this without.
Oh wow.
It just happened. It's like, oh my goodness.
Bill Van Cleve.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that is so funny. Oh,
That is pretty funny.
That's pretty funny. Bill, there's a letter heading your way, by the way.
Awesome.
Yep.
And I put it in the comments, but congratulations to you on all of the letter writing. When you get that much accomplished in terms of letter writing, that's a pretty big deal. So you
Oh, thanks.
You've really whittled the stack down, it sounds like. So good on you.
Well, I took advantage of things like a few times here on Sunday morning using the time wisely and writing letters. And then the same thing when I would get together with my friend Kevin, he would be typing in his diary or whatever, and I would be trying to do letters. So I just tried to, use my time wisely. And then there's been a few times when, like yesterday, well, this whole week it's been rainy here. It's been like Portland. In fact, Balloon Fiesta got rained out a couple of days, but
oh wow,
but so it was nice and rainy yesterday. So I sat in the garage with the door open and typed and smoked my pipe and just enjoy the gloomy weather for a change. Now it's clear out again today, so back to normal. But
I'm sure the rain was appreciated.
oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah.
Well, cool. I look forward to getting your letter.
Yep.
So, Joe, maybe you can answer something for me. Where the heck is a serial number on an IBM Selectric 1?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair enough.
It might be
Asked
on the
and
chassis
answered.
somewhere. Yeah, it might be on the chassis somewhere, but you'd have to, I haven't actually taken the body off on mine.
What was the question?
You don't need to take the body off, I don't think. I think if you just open it up, it's on the back behind where the ribbon goes back and forth on the wall there. At least it is on my 13-inch one.
Oh,
The
serial number.
wall. What
Yeah.
what wall are we talking about?
The back
Okay.
wall of the chassis of the typewriter that you can, but you can see it when you move the ribbon all the way over to the right. And you look behind where the ribbon goes, mine is on that back, the middle part back there.
Middle part back there. Well, this is what I'm looking at.
Okay, so move your ribbon all the way to the right. And look.
I don't
on
think
the
it likes going when it's like, uh-oh, it's stuck. Why is it stuck?
Check your margin.
Mm, it's not going anywhere. Oh, well, it did when I hit enter, but maybe that's
Margin release, maybe?
I don't know. The paper was at the end, but I closed it and anyway, so it's all the way to the right.
I mean, you have to, I lift up the cover of mine. I can go look on mine, but you lift up the cover and then on the back there's a number.
The back.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
See that under where the feed rollers are?
Under
On
here?
the left-hand side, there's a metal piece.
Yeah, it's shiny silver. It's like a shiny silver bar.
This?
No, inside beneath the feed rollers.
Behind the feed roll.
There you
This?
go.
There you
That's
go. And mine has a number there.
Oh.
It might be on the other side. But that
Um,
silver bar
Mine's
is
a
where it would be.
13-inch one that I have right now. I'm getting the smaller one, but this week, but the 13-inch one has it there.
Oh, okay. Now I see it. I had to
You
lift
see
it
it?
up. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's there.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I was
Exactly.
thinking further up.
So
like-
Diane, it's there.
I know I'm not good at describing it, but it's there.
Well, that's okay. I have to look at your screen, or I'll look at the screen.
Excellent.
Yeah, I brought a couple of these home from the repair shop. This
Oh.
one, and the one I got from church for free.
They cranked those out pretty quick.
No, they didn't. That black one's been sitting there since 2019, at least.
Oh,
I'm just like, it'd be nice to empty out, get some of my stuff out of here. And the other one's sitting on my stove because I don't know where to go with it, frankly. It's a 2. It's been a week of recluttering, so to speak.
you can keep it nice and warm that way.
I think we lost your sound, Diane. You're muted. Was it the cat mute?
And I'm pissed now.
Aren't we all?
Anyway, so mom's been trying to empty out. She's been trying to see about divesting my late father's RV, and so we were there last weekend emptying it out, and a lot of things came here. and some of that's covering up that typewriter now, but oh yes, today I brought in, I recluttered my stereo into the house.
Ooh, nice.
And yes, that is an 8-track player.
Yeah.
Oh,
8-track cassette, radio record player. No idea if it still works. The speakers are downstairs. But I finally got sick of it sitting outside, and not that it was probably not doing that any good, but anyway, it's inside. It's like, it was not my intent to reclutter the house. It's like, I would like to get my car into the garage, and unfortunately this seems to be the way that that's occurring, is if I reclutter the house.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway,
I very, very briefly got into 8-track tapes and discovered, well, first of all, they can actually sound okay. But there's that annoying thing where, yeah, they have the different tracks. And so when it switches from one track to the other, oftentimes it's in the middle of a song. And so the volume will go down. And then
I don't remember that.
When it switches, then the sound will come back up right in the middle of a song. It's like, oh my goodness.
Oh, I didn't know. I don't remember that, but
yeah,
I don't really remember. I mean, yeah, I used my brother's stereo. It also had an 8-track player on it, but
yeah.
And I used to. I think I only listened to maybe 1 or 2 8-tracks. So
okay.
I mean, there was only 2 cassettes that I actually liked. So and they were his, so they went with him.
Yeah.
that's one of those formats I never latched onto. My dad had an 8-track player in one of his cars. And I remember one of the tapes he had was Bachman Turner Overdrive, the best of BTO, I think. But yeah, I remember the track changing sequence being kind of strange. I don't know if I recall cutting in the middle of a track though, but yeah, it's a crazy format.
Yeah. And then also, as far as, collecting the vintage ones, and then you try and play them very, very frequently. So the tape is basically a loop, and then the segments are held together by these little bits of almost like foil. I think so. The tape head knows when to change directions. And very, very often that little foil separates, and so then you have to repair the tape. So, and honestly, it's not worth all that. Yeah, so I'll stick to compact cassettes and CDs in particular, and of course I have a ton of vinyl, but I don't find myself playing it a lot these days. Again, you have to clean it, and it's like I just want to listen to the music.
Well, there's a reason that the CD became as popular as it did, as quickly as it did.
Exactly.
I just like music,
Yeah.
And it's nice being able to play back a variety of formats.
Yes. Good point.
So it's all good, all interesting, as long as you enjoy the music. That seems to be the main thing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But you also play around with the micro cassettes as well, right?
Micro cassettes.
You and Ted.
Yeah.
And Joe, I guess, as well.
Yeah. And I also have Minidisc, and those are that's an expensive thing to get into, especially if you want the pre-recorded ones, because they were never big here in I guess in North America in general. They started getting big in Asia and less so in Europe. But the pre-recorded ones, typically an album like that you may not even want, will sell for like $80.
That's
Yeah.
kind of like, well, probably the most expensive format these days is reel to reel.
Oh yeah, definitely. Those are highly sought after. Yeah, definitely. Yep. I know I'm not supposed to ask questions during hanging with the poor typist, but have you been typing anything, Bill?
Just letters.
Okay, cool, cool.
Yeah, any work that I've done on my short stories been on the computer now.
Okay.
So, yeah, just letter writing. I started one here, as per Joe's experience. I've been working on one a little bit. I have a hard time listening in to what everyone's saying while typing at the same time. So it's kind of challenging for me trying to crank out a letter while tuning into the discussion. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I still have a number of letters to catch up on. So maybe I'll take some inspiration from Joe's accomplishments recently here and you know, get back on track and I received a letter from someone this past week who I hadn't heard from quite some time. So that was, you know, really nice to know that this person's doing okay and keeping busy. And um, that was a really nice surprise. And so I need to kind of get with it and get my responses out. And I think sometimes, you know, typically when I write to someone, my letters tend to be fairly lengthy, but that lately that's just not where I'm at. So I think maybe just sometimes a shorter letter is okay, you know, just to keep the correspondence flow going. And so I'm trying to make my peace with that. And you know, I don't want the letter to be just going through the motions, you know, but yeah, I've just struggled lately to come up with letter content that's been meaningful. And so that's kind of put me uh, just in a bit of a letter writing funk, I guess. So I'm just trying to work my way through that and get back on track.
Yeah, yeah. Well, kind of my fallback subject is you know the typewriter I'm using, just talking about that, talking about the paper I'm using, and you know that usually forms the basis of one of my letters, and then you know responding to any topics that were discussed previously, that sort of thing. Of course, you know there's the weather.
Right, right.
Yeah, so but you know I'm practically talking to a letter writing professional, so so I'm not one to be giving advice here.
Well, I'll get there. You know, I'll figure things out
Oh
when
yeah,
I
when
think
it's meant to.
sometimes it's easy and sometimes it is more difficult to have a subject. But it's fine to send a shorter letter that isn't necessarily as lengthy because people just love to hear from you. So keep that in mind. Don't be so hard on yourself because sometimes there is you have a lot to say, and sometimes not so much. That's
Yeah.
okay. No
Well,
big deal.
for me, I think that so I've been letter writing for a couple years now, and it's never been an issue. You know, words flow effortlessly in the case of my letter writing, and so this is just kind of new problem for me. And but you're right, of course, and I understand that and appreciate the
I've even
thought.
written that in one of my letters to someone saying, you know, today it's just not coming, you know, I'm just not as talkative and I know it, but I was thinking about you and I just wanted you to know that you're on my mind and you matter to me. And,
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
you know,
That's
Another
that's
thing
very
I
much on
noticed-
point.
Another thing I noticed when writing a series of letters in one sitting is if you come up with a good list of things to talk about, you can just repeat that for all the letters, because the other people that receive the letters don't know what you wrote to the other people.
That's true.
So it's
Good
like
point.
it's like a form letter. You're doing the same letter to 5 people, but they don't know that. They think
That's
it's
funny.
unique
That's
to
right.
them.
Carbon paper.
Yeah.
Dear,
2 words from Diane.
Dear
Carbon
blank.
paper.
Just
Write
say
in the
dear
other name.
blank,
Dear
and
blank.
you type in the name. You remember those Mad Libs? They were like stories, and you had to fill out a word and the words, and it made into a little story. Anyways, that's what you could do. Mad Lib letters.
That's funny.
Dear blank, the weather here is blank. I am feeling blank. The typewriter I'm using is blank. I'm using blank kind of paper. I am feeling blank about writing this week.
And I'll sign it Bill Van Cleve.
Bill Van Cleve, and have a picture of my Olivetti with your face or something.
Yeah.
Bill Van Cleve. Actually, my middle name is William, and my wife's middle name is Elizabeth. And when we go on vacation, we jokingly call ourselves Bill and Beth, just to have an alternate identity.
That's funny.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Bill and Beth.
Wow.
That is funny.
Very good.
Diane, is
Anyway,
that,
I'll get it all worked out. It'll be good.
oh yeah, yeah. Diane, is that cat enjoying that? Now it looks like it is. At first, it looked like it was a deer caught in the headlights, but that's cute. That face almost looks like a wildcat, like a what do you call it? A mountain lion or something.
Bobcat.
Bobcat. That's what I was thinking of. Bobcat. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, this is the baby.
Oh.
The baby is 10 years old this year.
Oh wow, yeah. Oh.
You should name him Goldwaif.
I'm
Bobcat
sorry?
Goldwaif.
Yeah, yeah.
No, this is Elliot, whose nickname is Typo Kitty.
Oh, that's Typo Kitty.
Yeah, this is Typo Kitty.
Oh. Oh, that's over.
Yeah, that's over. Well, he put up with it for a few
Yeah. I'm proud of you, Typo Kitty.
minutes. Yeah.
Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm kind of out of sequence here because I was working on my machine a little bit, but
Oh, good.
I just wanted to say thank you to Bill because I did receive his letter.
Nice.
Oh, good. It
And-
made it there.
And thank you so much for the verification of the 2 previous letters. I screwed up, and I'm gonna have to rewrite that. So
That was a
that's
mystery.
subject. Yeah, it's a mystery. So the story is that I was writing a letter to Bill, and I stopped. I went to bed, and the next day I started a new page, and in my mind I must have thought, oh, that subject I've covered it. At Olympia SG3, I'm done. So I talked about something non sequitur, and then Bill receives my letter and says, like, is there a page missing?
Oh.
I didn't really I think that's what happened. I wasn't very careful about making sure that I had finished that thought. I just went to bed. I think it must have been something
I got
like
a
that.
page 1 and a page 3.
Exactly.
And it started off, the end of page 1 was he was getting ready to tell me his thoughts about his experiences with the SG3. And so I'm getting ready to, okay, what did Daniel think about this? And I'm looking through the letter, I'm like, what's going on? It was funny.
So it's one of those letters, failures, but not failure, but like one of the letters that didn't make any sense.
But it ended
I'm
up being
laughing
quite
about it, but,
entertaining in its own way.
Yeah.
I'm laughing about it, but thank you very much. You were very, very kind to say that I wasn't crazy.
Joe's making coffee. He just has to remember to share. Oh, excellent. I see Curry and Carlos. And of course, Roger was here. Roger was like the first one here, actually, and I forgot to say hi to him. Yeah.
I'll say hi to you now. How are you doing?
Very good. Very good. Yeah. How about you?
I'm okay. Not
You're
much
okay?
going on with
Yeah.
me. So,
Okay.
couple of busy weeks going on.
Ah.
But, yeah, my dad's getting heart surgery, so
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah. But
Good
for
luck.
otherwise, everything's okay.
yeah. Best wishes for that, Roger.
Yeah. Best
Thank you.
wishes, definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I was kind of wondering something. Is there anyone here that knows something about typewriter real tins,
Oh,
like the
the
box you
ribbon
put
tins.
the ribbon spools in?
Specifically, what about them?
I've seen a Pelican one on one of the local like Craigslist or something. I was thinking, would it be interesting to buy it or something to pass on, or what would something like that be worth?
Well, I think it depends if you want to open a whole new can of worms, because there's people that's one of their specialties is collecting
Yeah,
those pins. So it's like,
that's
do
why I
you
was
want to get
asking
into
here.
that? For me personally, I I think I would, if it really spoke to me, I would get it, but I wouldn't really want to start a whole new collection.
No, no, not collecting. Just it's the first one I saw locally. It's not
Yeah.
too expensive, but well, I don't know if I should get
Well,
it.
Roger, my take on is if you're thinking about it, and it's local,
Yeah.
just jump on it. If you change your mind later and you don't like it, sell it back for the same price you paid.
Exactly.
Okay, or send it to a friend.
Yeah.
Send
Yeah,
it to a
that too.
friend. Yeah.
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 Definitely.
I'm a big
That's
fan
an
of
idea.
local purchasing.
Well,
Yeah.
local, it's probably on the internet. I don't know how far it is.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but let's see, my favorites. It's $12
Okay.
in a Bakelite one with a Pelican.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, empty.
Yeah. 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 I think in almost every case they would be empty.
Yeah,
At least all the ones I've seen. So, but yeah, for me, it would definitely, if the design spoke to me, or even the brand,
yeah,
then I would definitely snatch it up.
yeah,
If it's like under $20, I'd snatch it up. Yeah, there's
yeah.
a couple I have my eye on. So
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not really local. It's about 80 miles from here. And for us in Belgium, that's far. That's the other side of the country.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't get any further than this because after that, it's the sea.
Oh, okay. Wow. Well, I mean, if you obviously don't mind traveling, or if you could plan something else to do in that area, then it would
Yeah.
definitely be worth it. But going specifically for that, I don't know if that would be worth it.
Well, last time I went to get some tools, vintage tools, and I drove my motorcycle, so it was a good trip.
Oh, I
Now it's
see.
getting a little bit colder, so
You just have to drive faster.
yeah, right. You got something called a speed limit.
Oh, darn
You
speed
can't
limit.
pass that,
Yeah,
otherwise
a
it's
little
going to be an
bit.
expensive tin.
That's true. That is very true. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Excellent.
yeah. All right, that's it for me, I think.
Okay.
Not much more interesting things to say.
That's okay. We're just kind of hanging out. So
Exactly.
We have Joe making coffee, and Carlos
Yeah.
is making coffee too with his fancy gadget.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just had a piece of leftover pie.
Oh, okay. Ooh, look at that. Look at that lever action.
Yeah.
La Pavoni, the Italian
Seems,
espresso machine.
Ah,
That's like the equivalent to the manual typewriter
yeah,
in the
Exactly.
espresso world.
exactly.
But if that's all the coffee you get, well, I don't know.
It's called an espresso.
Micro espresso.
Yeah. There we. Ooh, look
Oh,
at that
good.
grandma.
We're seeing it now.
Oh,
You got the naked portafilter.
nice. Bill knows all about this thing.
I was huge into espresso for a while, and I've kind of fallen out of favor with making it for the last few years. I've just been making drip, but I have an espresso machine that I bought, well, more than 15 years ago now. So for a long time I was pretty into it, and it started because a friend of mine at one point bought a La Pavoni, and so I became familiar with that machine, and just was really into my coffee, and so maybe I'll get back into that one of these days. But yeah, pretty familiar with it.
Yeah.
It's all those manual stuff I just really like, So
Yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite ways to brew coffee is, and it's not espresso, but the mocha pot.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
is, it gets close to espresso, but it's not the same thing. Yeah.
Are we talking about coffee? Because I left my little note there.
That, and then we have Carlos on the screen using his fancy manual
Oh, nice.
espresso machine, and
I don't have a fancy one. I have it's a Starbucks branded machine from about 15 years ago that's actually made by Seika, one of those, big names that make home espresso machines. But the thing that I do that my wife gets a kick out of is that I weigh everything. I have a scale. So I use like 15 grams of beans. I dispense the espresso as about 95 grams of finished espresso. I weigh my milk. I use 150 grams of whole milk, heat it up in the microwave with a little bit of sugar in it, right? And then, anyways, so it's all the same taste regardless of what size cup you're using or what shape cup, Anyways.
Ed, or Joe, do you use the same amounts of ingredients when you make tang?
I don't weigh my tang, but I'm using an iced teaspoon, heaping spoonfuls. And I think I do like 5 of them in a big, tall glass.
You need to find out
I
how many
don't-
grams that is, though.
Oh, I have to weigh that, actually. Yeah, I do have to weigh that. Well, the thing with coffee, right, is the taste of it is really precise.
Yeah.
I mean, it changes a lot based on your mixture of water to grounds and all that.
Yeah.
My other method of making coffee is I use an AeroPress.
Yeah.
And there's a lot you can change in the taste of it based on how fine you grind it and the ratio of water to grounds and how long you stir it or agitate it before you press it through.
Yeah.
So there's like a World AeroPress Championship every year, and there's hundreds of people that have different ways of brewing coffee with an AeroPress.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't think there would be that much variation, but there is. It's interesting,
And vastly different. My goodness.
Yeah.
I can attest to this. I've had Joe make me a cup of coffee. It takes 22 and a half minutes. It's so delicious. A half an hour later, I want another cup.
Yeah.
You're really only drinking the coffee for about 7.5 minutes. And then
and then it's waiting time, right? It's all waiting.
It is the most delicious thing in this world. I'll tell you what.
Oh man.
Bob, you
things
need
are
to
worth
come
the
back out
wait.
here. Yeah, it is worth it. Bob, you
I
need to come
do.
back out here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in Vegas in a few weeks just for the fun of it. But that was
Good.
definitely discussed about. Maybe we should go bomb Joe's
Yeah.
house and
Nice, Carlos.
toilet paper his front
Well, you
lawn.
know,
or
after I
use ribbon.
retire next year, I'm going to have to head out to Riverside and visit some of you guys. You know, you and
You're
everybody
welcome.
else, the whole clan out there. You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
nice.
we have a lot of fun out here, even for Southern California. Geez, Louise, Joe, that looks really good, man.
That's
not me.
Carlos. That's Carlos.
Oh, that's Carlos. Oh,
that's
Carlos.
Lon
No wonder it looks so good.
Yeah, I
Bob's
don't
like,
do,
I can get one
latte
like
art.
that.
I know, right? Oh, that's wonderful. I got to change my view here so I can see who's doing what. That's great.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
two. This is a hot chocolate on the left for my daughter, and
Oh,
coffee on the top. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, well done.
oh. Now, Carlos, did you used to be a barista or what?
No, it's just kind of like Bill, just kind of got into the hobby, and like all things manual, it's kind of fun
Yeah.
to get into it. And like what Joe was saying, coffee is mainly about the grinds. Honestly, if you have a good grinder, and
Yeah.
you can, basically put it through a sock if you wanted to, and you'd get great coffee. The grinds is really what makes the difference, not really the machine.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent.
Yeah, I think at the heart of a lot of these things that we tend to enjoy and discuss in this group is just a general level of enjoyment that we get from the process involved with whatever these things are that interest us. Like I was just thinking as I work on my letters, when I get stuck on a word that I don't know that my spelling's right, if I'm writing a letter on a typewriter, I don't like to go to a screen for my reference. I'll use this little booklet that I have, and
Nice.
and I've had this since like I think I was in my teens still when I got this book, but it's just all the words spelled out, and so that's what I do as part of my process of writing a letter, and if I'm writing on the computer, well then I'll probably just search for the spelling online, but if I'm writing a letter, it's a different process, and I enjoy that process. And it's the same kind of thing like if I'm making coffee. I've like Carlos, I've got a burr grinder, and I have a certain grind level that I'm trying to find for whatever beans I'm using. And same thing with my photography. That's different cameras are a different process, and so on and so forth. And it's just that's a big part of it's the experience, that the thing provides, whether it's a typewriter or it's a camera or it's coffee maker or whatever. It's just kind of all about the process for me.
Yeah, I agree. And it kind of speaks to the times we live in, because everything is so automated and kind of detached, and so clearly people are looking for ways to get back into connecting with the physical world, and the processes that are involved in various things. And I mean, that's very, very clear, like from the resurgence to vinyl records and typewriters, and the different means of making coffee. Sure, they have they have the Keurigs, where you just pop in the little thing, but then people, they want the experience of using a lever and to make their espresso, so yeah.
Well, it's interesting I was actually thinking about this when Susan was talking about the person paying $3.15 per ribbon, having the ribbon rewound or whatever, when you guys were talking about the Selectrics. And I was just thinking about, obviously the pandemic has impacted us in a number of negative ways that we'll always remember. But then, there's also been a number of impacts that have been kind of fascinating as well, like, just how many of us ended up finding typewriters, as a result of the pandemic. That's certainly my case. I realize quite a few folks that participate in this group were into typewriters long before the pandemic, but there are quite a few of us that, became involved more specifically as a result of the pandemic. And that applies to countless other things that fall into this same group. I think people were just, as a result of the general level of isolation that maybe caused some more introspection for people, that led them to different things along these lines. And a number of these things were already gaining in popularity before the pandemic, but I think it just kind of ramped that level of interest up among a wider range of people, an increase of interest as a result. So I find that interesting.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, I got into typewriters, a little before the pandemic. And, that's when I was just discovering a community. And, I found Bob Marshall. He had posted in one of the groups, and I was like, wait, you're in Riverside? So, yeah.
Right. And that's cool. And for me, I'm sure I've discussed this on here before, but my actual interest was in letter writing, and that spurred on the typewriter purchase.
Yeah.
Just because the writing letters by hand proved to be kind of tiresome for me, and then it was after the purchase of that typewriter that I, came to discover the community, which has been really awesome.
Yeah. Diane asked what was on my
yeah.
50 years of Doctor Who.
Of Doctor Who.
Yeah. Yeah. Letter writing is that. Let's see. I'm trying to think how well. I guess it was through this whole process of Typewriter Club Live being born that I got more into writing letters. Well, I did actually, on Facebook, I did start a group called Typewriter Pen Pals. And there's another group, Typewriter Pen Pals, where Pen Pals is one word, but the one I started is Pen Pals with 2 words. But and it's kind of, I don't even do anything with it. There's still members. I don't know if there's any activity or anything, but I kind of met some people that way and started exchanging letters. But the deep dive didn't come until, I don't even remember who. I think it was that one author in our group that Bill, I think you mentioned his book one time.
Anthony.
Yes, Anthony. The other Anthony, not Anthony Connolly.
Connolly, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I lost my train of thought.
You're just talking about how you were connecting with letter writing and what
Oh, yes.
had motivated you.
I'm pretty sure he is the one that suggested the first pen pal new email list that we had. I'm pretty sure. And he just kind of mentioned I think he said we should exchange mailing addresses and get something going. And I was like, well, hey, I could like send it out through email, and then and we did that for a while.
Right.
And then it got bloated. I think we ended up with like 65 people on this email list.
Yeah, you had to keep sending out updates repeatedly because it was growing pretty quickly.
Yeah, it was very exciting. So with all that, that's when I took more of a deep dive into the letter writing, because before I had like maybe 6 or 7 people that I exchanged letters with, and Diane is one of them. I started writing letters with her before Type Pals. So you're one of the originals, Diane.
I need to reply. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. I'm pretty far behind, so I'm sure I have a letter from you.
You do pretty well overall, Diane, I would say.
Yeah,
I think you do a pretty good job of keeping up in my experience.
Yeah.
Well, I'm right. It's like I've been going through some issues with a kind of a sick cat here, and so letter writing has not been top of mind the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Well, I find this group an interesting overlap of, it's funny because any thing that I've been interested in, from vinyl to film cameras to typewriters to you name it, there's always the gearheads, right? Where the thing that is the most pleasing of all is the gear itself. And then there are those that it's like the output of the gear, and you have that overlap in this group, where it's kind of a fascinating mix, and it makes it interesting to tune in on a regular basis and see what everybody's been up to and what they've been doing with their typewriters, and it's funny to think that it's been going on for a couple of years now with you, and so that's pretty cool.
It's very cool. I always find it interesting when someone will mention a new interest that hasn't been mentioned before, and then like all these members say, "Oh yeah, I'm into that. I'm into that." Like I remember, when we first started talking about cameras, like film cameras in particular, and all these members started showing their cameras, and
well, I've been having a kick following along with everybody on their Selectric ride.
I know, right?
It's entertaining, like even if you're not into whatever the particular subset of conversation is over a course of time, it's been a variety of things, whether it's something truly typewriter related like the Selectrics, or the staplers were really big for a while, or it's just it's that variety of things that kind of evolve through the group that keeps it interesting as well.
Definitely. Yeah.
And all it takes is one person to kind of kick it off, and then a number of people find interest in it, and people get each other kind of wound up about it and excited, and
Yeah.
there's that camaraderie that way that's kind of maybe not unique, but certainly a characteristic of this group.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was Curry that showed the pocket stapler. The one that's
Sean. That was Sean.
Was it Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that took the whole conversation down the pocket protector route.
Oh yeah.
This is my lot in life. Things I bring up, people forget about, and then they end up getting credited to Joe or Ted or Curry. So it's just part of how
I
live in the
remembered
background
Sean.
of
I
the
remembered.
influence from
There we
afar.
go. There we go.
Yeah,
I remembered Sean.
I got my proof. Oh wait, there's my pocket stapler.
Yeah.
Duo
Yeah,
Fast.
I have one on the way. So.
Oh really?
I love the lettering on Duo Fast, Sean.
Yeah, because it's fast.
Well, yeah, I love that effect. With the
the speed
little
streak.
tracers coming off of the letters there.
Exactly. And to Bill's point, it's like the Edelbrock sort of the speed parts font from the 50s. When you wanted to get a new head for your Ford V8 engine, it always had that fast speed lettering on there, so you knew you were going to get a faster head on your engine. And this
I'll be honest, Sean, when you showed that before, I had thoughts of doing a letterhead design with lettering something like type fast. And
I'll send you a close-up picture of this then, and you can replicate it for your next letterhead then, Bill.
There you go.
Cool.
Yeah, that would work.
So, Gregory, I'm really happy that you got a pocket stapler. So when I showed it last week, in the back of my mind, I thought, I wonder how long it's going to be before somebody shows up with one at a Sunday morning. You're the first.
Okay, Sean, I missed last week. You're gonna have to show me the stapler all over
okay.
again.
Because
but also, is
you
pocket stapling a euphemism?
No, that was pocket pool, I think, but this is a little bit different.
Just leave it out of your pocket.
I knew you were going with that one. Yeah.
Don't use it in your pocket. Okay.
So yeah, it's a pocket stapler.
Oh my goodness.
And so unfortunately, the only design flaw with this is, in order to get it into its cap, you have to staple, because you got to close the stapler, thereby wasting one staple to put the cap on.
Oh, that is.
If you really were smart, what you'll do is you'll staple and then leave it, and then just pull your paper out without letting the stapler off, and then you can get your cap back on, and then put it in your pocket protector.
So, is this TSA approved? Do you think?
You know what? I'd like to actually try. No, actually, I wouldn't, because if they took it away from me, I'd be like crushed,
heartbroken.
We have a code 6. Stapler alert.
Pocket stapler. I could,
cool.
Yeah, I could barely hurt myself with that. Anyway, yeah. So I found that, and I thought that's super cheesy, awesome. So then we got into pocket protectors, Joe, and so we're gonna get some custom pocket protectors done for the group, just sort of a general typewriter one.
Yeah.
And
with matching fezzes.
Yeah, like a typewriter fez with the embroidery, and then we can all have all of the old antique office, the vintage retro pocket anything, which was a fad in the 50s and 60s. We could probably fill up a pocket protector full of everything but an actual pen.
So my friend Ethan has a leather pocket protector he was wearing last week, and it has a buttonhole. So it's like if you're wearing a kind of shirt like you're wearing with button down pockets, you flip up the pocket, you stick it in, and then the flap that hangs over you attach to the button, and it keeps the protector from falling out.
That's heavy duty.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think I have somewhere laying around one that was used at General Motors about a couple of decades ago. There's no brand on it.
I used in the lab.
Oh yeah.
I had the white lab coat, the pocket protector.
Did you have the tape?
No, because at the time I didn't wear glasses. I had safety glasses, but that was not that.
But you could still put the tape on your face and your nose.
That's got to be, you got to have the full meal deal. Like when I go all out, I got to get everything, right? You got to get all the pieces of it.
I think getting a lab coat would be real important at this point in my
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that Lucas Dole should get a lab coat because he's kind of the guy that would do that, right?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we should have like Chicago typewriter embroidered on the lab coat, you know?
And so I've got the perfect counterpoint because I like extreme sort of views. Then you've got a commercial, I guess, where it opens up to a typewriter shop, and then slowly off the side, Bob Marshall walks in with a cigarette half burned in his fingers, sort of nonchalant with his typewriter coat, his hair all out over the place. And hey there, I'm Bob Marshall. You need a typewriter? It'd be the perfect alter ego to Lucas's, and then Bob's relaxed, cool.
That's exactly what happened when I met Bob.
Lab coat, cigarette half burned, perfect. Yeah.
Typewriter biker gangs are the best kind.
Yeah. Oh, that would be fun too.
Yeah.
So
Bob,
I can actually.
Bob, I think your audio isn't working. But yes, Bill, you were saying?
Well, I was just going to say I can actually tie together Carlos and Joe's coffee adventures with Roger's pocket protector mention. So one of the things that I actually do collect, and I had to taper off because of space, was coffee cups. So I've got this
that is shapely.
The GM training center cup.
Nice.
It's a pretty good find. And then I've got this, like, this is kind of a funky one from the
telephone.
General Telephone System. My dad used to work for General Telephone, so that kind of has meaning to me. And then one of my favorites is this was my favorite donut place when I was a kid. Mr.
I love
Donut
that logo.
And there's one remaining Mr. Donut in the United States, and it's actually not, I don't think it's too far from where Diane lives. Dan, do you know where Godfrey, Illinois is?
Yeah.
They have the last remaining Mr. Donut shop.
So Diane, your assignment is to make a donut run next Sunday for us.
All right. Yep. I'm eyeing a Mr. Donut mug on eBay right now.
So you better get it. Go quickly.
Yeah, it's funny because at some point the Mr. Donut chain propagated its way to Japan, and it's like going strong over there.
Interesting.
So like if you search for Mr. Donut stuff on eBay, for example, you're likely to find a number of listings from Japan or Japan related products. Because there's still Mr. Donuts in Japan.
There used to be one here, but it closed. I don't remember when, but
probably quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I grew up in Illinois, which is where I got turned on to Mr. Donut as a kid.
Reminds me of that Simpsons episode where Homer Simpson finds his likeness has been used as Mr. Spocko in Japan. And it's all this anime idealized picture. I could see Mr. Donut having gone through the same treatment in Japan, which would be
awesome.
It's a little sad that Brian Good isn't here because he just started collecting mugs too.
Oh, really?
Yes. So that's my fault. And I'm still looking for one of those green Fire Kings for him. And it's every weekend, like after this meeting, I got to go hit the antique stores because I got to find him a green Fire King to add to his collection before he finds one.
Yep. It's a race.
Well,
maybe Gregory and Brian will have a bidding war for that Mr. Donut cup.
I know. There's quite a few on there, actually. Yeah, they come in lots of different versions. Like, it looks like they have one for a lot of different countries. Like, there's one for Brazil. The donut has a soccer ball and a Brazilian flag. There's one for Spain, which is another soccer one. My goodness, there's so many versions. This is a dangerous.
Well, yeah. See, I think a lot of that's current stuff that went from the expansion that
Okay.
came out of Japan.
Okay.
But I was familiar with the original Mr. Donut just because I had such strong memories from my childhood.
Yeah.
And so that's where I started searching for the Mr. Donut stuff. Like I've got a Mr. Donut patch that goes on a shirt or a cap or whatever. And but I had to lay off the cup collecting because I just started taking up too much cabinet space.
Yeah.
But I've got a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, the first listing that came up on eBay is one just like you have there. And
It's the classic. Yeah.
It says 1968. So
Yep.
yeah. Very cool.
So do you guys have this new trend in your community of like artisanal donut shops,
Oh yeah.
you know, that are making like the $4 donuts and
Yeah.
like bacon
Oh, yeah.
bacon donuts and whatever
yeah.
else they have, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of those here too.
Yeah.
In fact, I have one up the street that's called Bristol Donut. They have a Bristol bus, a double-decker English bus out in their parking lot that they do mobile
wow.
donut selling occasionally. But yeah,
Wow.
but they actually have good like bear claws and things like that. They're pretty good.
Oh,
got?
yeah.
For me?
Nice.
Thank you. No, no.
It looks like
It's
it
funny.
looks like Bob has a visitor.
We could spy in on their conversation. He
Yeah.
doesn't mute himself.
Well,
Nice.
Bill, it looks like I'm about a half an hour from Mr. Donut.
Perfect.
Oh,
Perfect.
wow.
I in emptying out Dad's trailer, it's like I found this. It's a funky letter opener. I say funky because
Whoa.
yeah, is that cool or what?
Protractor.
Can it kill you?
Well,
With this point, it probably could. On the back, it has
Wh-
decimal equivalents.
Wow.
And
Interesting.
Does the big part close, the front big blade part?
no,
Oh, okay. Interesting. That's
no,
a
it
dangerous
fit.
letter opener.
It came
Oh.
with this.
Yeah.
Comes in a sheath.
Yeah, some truck equipment company.
so it
Oh.
is TSA approved.
Well, look at the phone. Look at the way the format of the phone numbers.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's 50s.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. I need one of those for my collection.
What?
I need one of those for my collection.
Yeah, I kind of have a small collection going here too. Last night we were talking about harmonicas. These were two of the ones that I found in the trailer
Oh, okay.
in the RV. And here's one that I bought for my dad for a present.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
It's a Marine Band. Oops. Marine Band Echo. It has 4 keys on it, although they're I think only 1 or 2 work. But I'd never seen anything this huge, and my dad had a itty bitty one about this long. I'm like, yeah, hold these two up together. You got this big honking thing and this itty bitty thing that only played a few notes. He could play a song on that itty bitty thing.
Wow.
I forget what song it was, but
Diane, is that big one like could 2 people play that together at the same time?
no.
I mean, it'd be awkward.
If you're
Yes, it
familiar
would
with
be.
each
Yeah,
other.
yeah.
Probably so.
So harmonicas are not chromatically tuned. Each one has its own key, so it could be multiple keys.
This one has 4 keys on it.
4 keys. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it has A, C on one side, and then G and D on the other.
Wow.
And actually, Joe, there are chromatic
Oh, there
harmonica.
also too. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, my mom gave Dad one, I don't know, 5 or 6 years before he passed, but I don't think he ever quite got the hang of it.
Yeah.
So she still has that one.
That's cool. I was going to show you. I have this little plastic. It's like a ruler or scale, and it's metric on one side and American on the other, but it has a protractor feature in there, so you can make 90-degree angles or whatever. So
Yeah.
It goes in my sketchbook. It's pretty handy for drawing lines and stuff. But anyways,
That's cool.
But it doesn't cut you as easily as the metal one.
Well, actually, this really doesn't cut, you know. I know it's interesting. It says the executive desk chum.
Chum.
The desk chum.
Yes, the executive desk chum. I
That's
mean,
an
Well, if you
informal
stab
friend.
somebody and throw them in the water, then they are chum, you know.
Oh,
Throw them in the ocean, they are
you
chum.
know, I saw that and I'm like, you know, that's a word that's fallen out of use.
Since the movie Jaws, this hasn't had the same impact.
No.
Wasn't that
I never
the
saw
walrus
Jaws,
was
so I don't
Chumley?
really understand. I'll just have to take your word for it.
Chumley. Yeah.
Remember Chumley and
Chumley.
who was the penguin? Chumley was the
Tennessee-
walrus,
Tennessee
and
was
there
the
was a
penguin.
penguin that was the main character.
Tennessee Tuxedo was the.
That's it. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not familiar with those.
Here's a chromatic. You got to push a button to get the other.
Oh yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Now I brought up the executive desk chum on eBay.
How much is it?
Wow.
Is there a buy it now price?
Yeah, there's one. Let's see, $15 plus $5.90 shipping.
Cheap.
Yeah.
For
Nice.
chum.
A chum of your own.
There's one. The auction starts at $5.99 plus $5.85 shipping.
I don't think there'll be much competition for that, Gregory. You could probably be okay with that.
I know, huh? How many people search for executive desk chums?
You never know.
I'm sure somebody at eBay is like, wow, here's a first.
Someone's suddenly buying up all of our executive desk chums.
Well, it looks like it looks like it'd be pretty useful.
Oh yeah, I need one. Yeah, so I will be ordering that and the mug. I'm going to be ordering that as well.
Okay, so my feeling, this is what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start looking for some awfully weird stuff. See how long it takes Gregory to find it and buy it. So everybody, your challenge is out there.
Okay, I'm gonna. I don't know if I've shown you guys this, but this is a Japanese-made adding machine called the Solo.
Cool.
And it's actually quite well made. I bought it for $16. But anyway, so the way it works is you have the little wheels and you start moving the letters, right? Enter a number. And then they show up on the window right here. Then you can add other numbers to it and it automatically rolls over and does the carryover. And it'll do subtraction by moving them the opposite way on a different number scale. And then to clear it, you just go like that, and it clears it. So, yeah,
That's
that's cool.
super neat.
Yeah,
Is it a hand solo?
It's a hand solo, a hand solo. But what happens if you get two of them?
Oh.
Well, here you go, Joe. Here's one.
Oh yes.
Oh, that's. I
This
don't
is
have that hand though.
the star desk adding machine.
Yes.
looks exactly like what you're holding.
Yeah, it probably is a very similar mechanism. It's just with this one, I would say if you have fingernails, long fingernails, it'll be a problem because you have to take each one of these little plastic nibs and push it all the way down to the bottom to get the right number. And if you have like long fingernails, you may not be able to get it all the way down. So you could have a couple digits like an error if you're not being real precise with the movements. But yeah, it does the automatic carryover or borrowing in the case of subtraction, going the other way. And yeah, it's pretty cool. And it actually is quite handy, literally. But oh yeah, and then it tells you on here the direction to move it for addition and subtraction. And then over here is the clearing.
Okay.
And it's plastic, but it feels really well made, unlike a lot of these, right? So
where did you get that?
I got it in a thrift store here locally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But you can find them online, Gregory, so go searching.
I'm searching right now and I don't see it.
Oh, keep an eye out.
So there's a math professor guy on YouTube, Chris Sackler, I think his name is. Anyway, he has a bunch of adding machine videos, and he's actually covered this one. But I was surprised to find it locally for a decent price.
Nice.
Yeah, this one would not be hindered by the long fingernails. There's
No.
quite a distance you can cram your whole
Oh
finger.
wow.
Yeah.
My goodness.
But this one does adding, subtracting, and multiplying,
Really?
according to the manual.
Yeah, I think with multiplication, usually that's just repetitive addition, right? Is how they do
I
them.
haven't really looked. I haven't really figured it out, to be honest.
One of these days, we should do an adding machine thing on the show, because I have a bunch of those little addiators, those little metal kinds with little stylus, and and then I have the comptometer, which is a big adding machine. But what a comptometer does is you can enter all the digits simultaneously of a number. And just by entering the digits like that, you can add numbers really fast. And those are cool.
You might have to give us some time for the rest of us to find an adding machine to bring to the competition.
I know.
Oh, is that a faucet?
It is a faucet.
Nice.
CI 13, you're talking about you being able to enter the numbers, so you can just punch the numbers in and they come into the register here.
Oh yeah.
And then depending on how many times you turn the crank forward or backward, it'll add. And then there's let's see what the counter over here, and then you get your total over here.
Oh, that's cool.
Depending on the techniques, then you can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, division.
Oh my
Wow.
God. Gregory definitely needs one of those. Let's find Gregory one of those.
Yeah, put it up on
That's
Little
cool.
Creek typewriters and I'll buy it.
That's really cool. You know, those things are really complicated mechanically inside.
Yeah.
One of
the restoration channels just repaired one, but it was the much bigger faucet with the extra windows and like a full, not a full keyboard, but a lot more keys than what Curry was showing. And he took that sucker apart, and all the little springs and doodads and the wheels and the offsets. I mean, even I was like, oh my God, I would never ever break that thing open myself. Oh.
Yeah. Well, and then of course there's the holy grail of mechanical calculators is the Curda.
Yep.
And I have a friend here in Albuquerque. In fact, it's Bill Teft who has a Curda, and those are wonderful machines.
I don't know.
I've got a context.
Oh yeah.
What is that?
It's a little manual hand calculator, mechanical, but it's from the 60s. So you punch in the stuff and hit the handle, and it does its calculation, and it can do division, multiplication, adding, subtraction, but it's all mechanical.
Wow.
Context 10.
That's neat.
Yep, no electrical cord at all. Got instructions on the bottom.
Yeah, you know, the problem with these old adding machines is they take up so much room on your desk. You know, they're
They're
almost like a typewriter in the sense of the size of them.
That's the reason it's in the garage.
Yeah. That's why my comptometer isn't on my desk. I don't have any room.
Yeah. Excellent.
So Gregory, what adding machine are you going to get?
Now you ran for it and you didn't get a chance.
One of our recent rabbit
Whatever
holes.
I can find, I guess.
It's easier.
All the glasses.
The Lido Milano glassware. Anybody has that stuff? Yeah, like all these different colors and things. So
Oh wow.
She's been trying to collect like all the colors. That's actually quite nice with the sunlight in the background.
Yeah.
So she's saying 7 different colors. And 7 different styles of glasses as well. So like little tumblers and highballs and all kinds of stuff.
Be careful shaking that around there, Curry.
Sorry?
Be careful shaking that glass.
All this stuff. I remember my parents having like the green. This is like a kind of like a smoke.
It's called.
Yeah, I like that.
And then this stuff as well. Have anyone seen this? Like spaghetti. It's kind of like spaghetti glass.
Wow.
It's I guess it's like a plasticky, so it's kind of grippy on the outside. And
that's for power drinking.
Yeah,
Slam it back.
Jugs and stuff.
That's for tiki
Becky
bar
said
drinks.
that the milkman used to deliver this stuff. So he'd say, okay, we got this one this week, or you'd sign up.
Subscription, and you'd pay for your weekly glass, and you didn't know which glass you were getting until you had, I think it was 9.
So you like get a new one every week that the milkman would drop them off. They had different colors and they had the pictures and everything. And I guess you.
Though, but sold in Ontario.
Somehow it doesn't seem right to drink milk out of that, though.
It's plasticky.
Yeah, see there you can see the swirly on it.
Where or something was the nickname. Shadowware?
Oh, so it wouldn't break?
Oh.
Shatter in a million pieces, at least for kids, right? You could grip it, and if they dropped it, it wouldn't break into a million pieces.
Okay, that makes more sense.
As opposed to shatterware.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best kind.
Yeah.
Marketing.
Curry, have you ever seen that uranium glassware?
Oh, don't start on that stuff around here. What do you want there? That's
You have
I gotta
uranium
move
glass?
on. Uranium glass. Yeah. Yeah, you can show the whole thing lit up.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
You can guess what this is unless they know it. Then it's not
Don't use a
saying.
Geiger counter around here.
No.
Don't guess it right away. Let somebody else guess. It has a foot, and you'd put something in here. And you
It's a
put
stamp?
little something in here.
It's for stamps or something? Or?
No,
No?
a little more of a bad habit than stamp collecting.
Oh, it's a cigarette dispenser or something?
Yeah, it's a map holder
Oh.
here with a strike plate.
Oh.
And then you'd put the cigarettes here. I guess you'd have them out for company.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we do have
Company
not
cigarettes.
many, not
So-
too many uranium pieces, but I do have some.
It all looks like something off The Simpsons.
I know, and it's
Yeah.
jammed together, but there's one in there wherever she is. Where's my little girl? That one is my oldest gal that I got a second piece of and sold for a good amount of money. That one's like 1906, this little girl. It's from Greentown, Indiana. And I sold her a second one I found for a pretty penny.
Appropriately named.
Yeah.
Greentown.
It was.
I wonder
Yeah,
what-
Greentown, Indiana.
I wonder what the
What's your chicken
half-life
doing up
is
there?
of
It was
uranium.
sitting on the cigarette disposal.
Chicken next to the Hermes 3000. What's going on?
Oh, that's not fair. She's fancy. She's from France.
Put her
Well,
next to
we
the-
have interspersed with all these staplers all around here. And all, oh, staplers. Good grief.
Now there's like
Oh, rabbit holes.
staplers and stuff.
Oh, that's funny.
You guys either need like a retail space or a museum, one or the other.
I was
Need
thinking
therapy.
It's like a Toonie admission. You guys
Need
have
therapy.
You guys have a Toonie. Toonie, come on in and look at my junk.
I have a camera lens that'll set off a Geiger counter.
Do you?
Yeah, it's a G Claron.
Hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, I forget which focal length it is. But it's a nice lens. I mean, it works great. But it was funny. I had taken. I remembered hearing that it was radioactive, and I took it into work, and the guy that was in charge of the radioactive stuff at the time. I said, I asked him if he had a Geiger counter. Could he come up to my lab? And it's like I pulled this lens out, and he's like, "What?" And it's like, "Just hold this. I want to see what it does." Oh, it set it off. It's like, dang. He's like, "What the heck is this?" It's a camera lens, and it's got like thorium-90 in it, I think is what I heard.
Yeah. So the story, I think, if I'm remembering right, is those thorium lenses will turn yellow with age because of the radiation. But if you set them out in the sun and the UV light, it'll get rid of some of the yellowing.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
but all those old clock faces that they used to paint with nasty stuff to make it glow.
Oh, yeah.
Phosphorus?
Radium. And-
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, radium, is that what it was?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Marie Curie.
Yeah. I see intro now.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. How are you?
I'm good. I was just doing my, does this ring a bell? Administration.
Oh, yeah.
But these are done, so, all right.
Well,
Yeah,
that's good.
and listening, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
How was the stew?
Oh, it was good and a bit too much.
Well, now you can just relax with us and digest.
Yeah, slowly.
Yeah. So
I think
is
I'll
that?
make a coffee soon.
Oh, okay. So is that pretty heavy? Because I know you said it has sausage in it, right?
Yeah, bacon. So you make a little bacon with it and
Okay.
sausage. Yeah, it's for the winter,
Yeah.
fall and winter, and we
And it's
have
spicy.
hutspot, boerenkool, stampot andijvie. It's all like the stews, and they're all typical Dutch. So,
Okay.
you know,
Interesting.
yeah.
Very cool. Well, it's so good to see you.
Yeah. But I was here last week, but I didn't have time, or there was nothing I had to say. But this week I have one little.
Ooh, show and tell.
I know that one.
Oh, a tip.
Yeah. Well, this one looks pretty new. So I was happy to find this one. So yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
I think it still has the protector in it for the.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. For the,
that's true.
Yeah, I have that for this royal companion.
For the shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine is red.
So yeah, I have two now. Or do I have three? I don't know. I think two. Oh, and I have to pick it up. I bought a Smith Corona. What is it? Super? What is it? Sterling or whatever. The more modern one. Look it up.
Okay.
It's a super silent, super sterling. I don't know. I could tell you a million times, but not now.
If it's the Galaxy, it's a Super Sterling.
Let me have a look.
Usually blue.
by Carlos.
Oh.
This one.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
It says super sterling.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know.
Looks very clean.
Yeah, it does. I paid only like 25 euros for it. So I thought like, oh, I'll pick it up.
Oh,
But I didn't
yeah.
have time yet.
I bet it's going to work great.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
I have time to use them.
That's the next thing.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, I've been very busy lately. We have an apartment which is up here above us. And we rented it out since last week. So I had to do a lot of work to get it ready to be rented. But well, you know, it's difficult time. So the extra income, well, that's needed. So
Oh, yeah.
all right, so it's no problem. But I'm lucky, but it was a lot of work. So yeah, very busy, and a new job and things like that. So we have to. Even today, I had to fix the washing machine upstairs. I promised them that in the attic I would make a washing space and a washing machine. So I was doing water and the waste pipe and things like that, and positioning the washing machine. But it's heavy, and I was alone. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So and then even I found some time to walk the dog in the woods. So because he needs a bit of attention, because the last couple of weeks I didn't have much time for him too. So it was important.
How
So,
far
yeah.
do you have to go to get to the woods?
By car, about 15 minutes.
Oh,
It's all
that's
right.
nice.
It's pretty close, and it was not too busy. So yeah, it was at the end of the day, so it was quiet. So you know, it's fall time, so it's nice. The leaves are coloring, and yeah, it was good.
My favorite time of the year. I like the fall.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, fall, winter. I like the winter. I was born in December, so the winter I have no problems. You know, many people think it's too dark, whatever. No, I think it's the most coziest month with all the trees and lights, and you know, I like it when it's dark in the morning, and I like when it's dark in the evening. You know, you get up and you think like, oh, it's really the beginning of the day. It's still dark.
Yeah, exactly.
And even if the same as at the end of the day, if you come home and it gets dark early, you think like, oh, I had a good day. No,
Yeah.
let's get to the fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I think.
Very cool. Oh, it looks like Joe got some typing done. Yeah. Nice full page right down to the bottom.
Yeah, I like his brown paper, but do you also have brown envelopes with it? The same color?
That I would think would be much harder to find.
Yeah, I always look like the same paper, same envelopes. Be back soon.
I'm gonna do a screenshot of that and sell it on the internet. Joe Van Cleve drawing.
So Indro, I have to say that the site level of cycling that you do is very impressive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you Indro in his most recent letter to me included a photo of the area where he was cycling at, and it was not flat.
No, it's not.
Oh man.
No, it's well, actually I can tell everybody, but I'm not sure yet if it will happen, but we're planning to go over to that area next week to have a look for a house which came up for sale, and it's just 12 minutes away from the location that we visit for 20 years now. So I was looking around, and I found this really nice place. It's a very interesting house. It's right at the river there where we stay, and it has a like a waterfall. You can't believe it, but yeah, it's true. So we're planning to go over there next week, stay there for a couple of days, and try to buy the house. But you know, the only thing is that I have said to the owners that are interested in selling it that I only would make an offer if they would allow me time to sell the apartment that we have upstairs. Like, all right, give me 4 months, I will put it on for sale, and if it doesn't sell, well, there's no deal. And if we sell it, I'll pay you cash.
Yeah. Wow.
So it could be, you know, you never know. You have to keep on looking. So in life, in general. So yeah.
Good luck.
We'll see. Fingers crossed.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That would be so exciting for you, Indro.
Yeah. So the people that rent upstairs, that we told them, well, you can rent it at least for 6 months, but within 2 months, I can tell you if it's going to be 6 or 12 months.
Yeah.
So I've built in a little safety there. So yeah, never know. So it's I'm really looking forward to that. So well, wait and see.
Yeah.
I have to bring all my typewriters to France.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
that's excellent.
Well, it's good to see everybody. That's
yeah, it's good to see you too. Brian Bopp has joined us. He's not on camera, but he's joined us.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm in my car, so I'm not sure how good my signal is going to be, but I thought I'd pop in since it's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while.
Yeah. I was out and about today. I went to a flea market, didn't find anything, but I popped into an antique store, and I walked away with a Hermes baby. Without a lid, but it seems to date from 1941, so I was pretty happy and pretty clean.
Yeah.
Didn't pay $20 or 20 euros, but
yeah.
Although at the flea market I stopped at a couple weeks ago, I did pay $20 for, I think it's a Smith Corona Sterling, good solid mechanical shape, but it was missing a couple of maybe two keys, like the E or something, although you can still manage without it. But are there sources to get replacement keys? You know, not they don't have to match exactly, but something that'll stick on there.
For which typewriter, Brian?
I think it's a Smith Corona Sterling, like from the 50s.
Yeah, I know that Greg Anti-Key Chop was selling a lot of new old stock keys on his eBay page, but I think those were more for Royals. I don't know what the shaft size is like. So you might want to look at those, or even just reach out to him and ask, because he's got a lot of weird things hanging around in his warehouse.
What was the name again?
Anti-Key Chop. He's on Instagram as the Anti-Key Chop, and he's on eBay as Anti-Key Chop. Greg.
Okay, yeah. And it's funny, this typewriter happened to have some of the keys looked like they'd been changed over the years because they weren't all the same. So I could probably super glue a piece of plastic and work just as well. But
Brian, if you got woodworking skills, there you can always carve a wooden key and then paint it and then label it, just like Joe did on his torpedo back in the day.
Oh,
that seemed to work out really well.
That's true. Yeah, try something like that. It's amazing because it was just missing one real letter key, and even with my bare finger in the slug or whatever it is, it still worked fine. But be nice to have it look better.
Yeah.
So.
On Facebook, there's also the parts group. Is it antique typewriter parts and something like that?
Okay, cool. Yeah,
I
know somebody 3D prints like Hermes 3000 keys, but they're $10 each.
Yeah.
Just need a random key, and I'll paint the appropriate.
Yeah.
Letter on it.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, not too much. I got some UN aerogram stationery in the mail a couple days ago, and guy it's on the same wavelength. He sent it a big envelope with $2 and something with postage, but mostly with 3-cent stamps. So it was about a whole wall of stamps.
Wow.
So, but otherwise, not much. Just thought I'd check in and see what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. Very cool. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah. I think I sent you a letter, Greg. I'm not sure if you got it, but
I remember receiving a letter from you, and this is going back quite a ways.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah, because I'm way behind.
A little inconsistent getting my letters out lately. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's about it.
Okay. Cool. Well, that is good to hear. Christoph has been kind of quiet. How are you, Christoph? Oh, his picture might be frozen, actually. Maybe, or maybe he's just sitting really still. I think his picture is frozen.
Nope.
Oh, there we go. He's just hanging out. Excellent. Very cool. Yeah. So I had been doing well typing. Let's see. Let me switch cameras here. This one. Yeah, I had been doing well typing. I think I have about a third of the page there. And then we got deep in the conversation and I just couldn't pick up where I had left off, and because it was like right in the middle of a sentence, but I was doing pretty well. But yeah, I'll probably finish this offline. Yeah, but I do love this little thing. It's just very sleek, and I like the curves on it. It's very compact, and it is pretty heavy for the size. So, and again, I like that.
You've always been an advocate for that model, haven't you? For a long time.
Oh yeah. For a while there, I kind of went into a deep dive of collecting all the different companions. I've since gotten rid of like 2 or 3 of them, including my senior companion. The platen on that was just ridiculously hard. It was one I could put multiple sheets and it would just cut through every single sheet I put in there. So I was like, nah, I need to start whittling down my collection. And so if there's anything that is not quite right, then chances are it's going to be donated or set aside for Bob. But this one is definitely a keeper, and I think it's one of the first handful of typewriters I bought. So yeah, very pleased with it. I originally referred to it as my James Bond typewriter because it's kind of sporty, and yet you feel like it's kind of dangerous in there, like there's some hidden weapon or something.
Bye, Neil.
Yeah. Oh, bye, Neil.
So long, folks.
Thank you for joining us. Always good to see you.
Always.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then of course I've since had other either royal companions or royalites or that sort of thing. These what is it? Haldbergs, something like that. I've had other ones and none of them are as good as this one. So apparently I lucked out right at the beginning, and the others, I think one, I don't remember what model it is, but it has the kind of raised ribbon cover that's a separate color from the body. So the body I think is gray or
dirt.
What is that?
Dirt.
Dirt?
Dart.
Oh, dart. Oh yeah. Yeah. And it has the blue ribbon cover. Yeah. Yes, the dart. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
You know my collection better than I do. Which is strange because I've only posted like a couple typewriters on the database.
I thought it was the color he was describing was dirt colored.
I know. I thought he was putting down my little royals.
All while in the middle of making a mixtape, it looks like.
I know. I saw the spectroscope or whatever going as he was recording.
The only thing
Gregory, is your royal like the Futura 800, or is it smaller?
This is definitely smaller. The Futura 800 is more like a QDL.
Okay.
Yeah. And I actually prefer the Futura over the QDL. I just like the look of them. So, yeah. Plus, they come in those fun colors. And I think Sean has one of each color, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I love the Futura because it's a descendant of the QDL, so a natural continuation of the line.
Exactly.
And it's got great colors. Like when I first got that, I got was the one that's called Cocoa. It's a cocoa color.
Yeah.
But God darn it, if I can see cocoa in that color at all. It's salmon. It's dull pink. It's not a cocoa unless your cocoa is weird, I guess. But anyway, yeah. So it's got cocoa and it's got that what is it? Meadow green, which they only made for a couple years. And then it's got these, not the sea blue, but it's a different color blue that they call it. Anyway, and then the standard gray, but just those 3 colors were just that whole generation of Royals where they were getting very colorful with every model, every electric 4. Gray, blue, green, and cocoa.
That's 4. You said 3.
Oh, 4. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
We were waiting for the 4th one.
I've always had a problem counting past 3, so thanks. Anyway, yeah, they're super great. But the Futuras, I mean, it's a QDL just with a new body on it, and deeper, thicker keys. But yeah, great typewriters. They got the Royal, that finicky Royal escapement, which is the only detractor to the whole model, is that super, super. Oh, if it's out of it, you're going to have a hell of a time trying to get it reset, just because of the way it's buried up underneath the carriage there. But yeah, when they work, they are awesome.
And it's a bendy adjustment. It's not like you can do a set screw and a screw.
No, and getting that little unit in there just to, hopefully you push it enough and you're feeling through the forming tool is enough to make it work. And the backspace is all attached to it. So if that's screwed up, you got other escapement problems. And it's just
What machine is that?
QDL.
The QDL, yeah.
And of course, that's probably a micro adjustment, right? Where you need to just make a tiny.
I've spent a lot of time, especially because I have such a rough touch, that you're just sitting there with that twisty tool going, and then like, flipping it over and doing. It's like, oh no, too far. Literally, like an hour, you can just sit there bending it back and forth, and I mean, not even bending it, you're just touching it. It's so light, you just have to.
I can't, Ted. I didn't think you were a rough touch kind of guy. You always seemed like teddy bearish.
I am very stabby.
Stabby
bear.
And Royals past 1948 don't really appreciate that kind of touch.
No. Every manufacturer got a little different, right? I mean, Smith Corona escapements in the 30s could be real hit and miss, and then they just got super awesome in the 50s. You just can't go wrong with it. Smith Corona. And Royals went the other way, right? They're just like a Royal P is bulletproof on the escapement, even if it's not been cleaned or used for 80 years. But then all of a sudden in the 50s, man, if it's off just a little bit, you are screwed unless you're willing to get in there. It's weird.
And then they did the RA models with the adjustable motor tension for just like 3 years. And, why didn't they keep doing that? Because that helped a lot.
Yeah, and I had one, Ted, and I fiddled with that for months, but I could never sense any real change to it.
No, it literally puts like an eighth of a turn on the motor.
Yeah, okay.
One way or the other.
Seemed like a marketing gimmick to me, just because I couldn't feel anything out of it.
It probably worked better on the big machines.
Yeah. Interesting.
Now, do those the differences in decades for like the touch of the Royal, for example, is that because of a change in the materials, or were they like trying to do something new? Like
a lot of it's cost cutting. Like it could be the materials themselves, but it's a lot of times they redesign the mechanism to remove parts, basically to save money. And, and eventually you get stuff like plastic ribbon drive gears, and, they just keep going lower and lower common denominator, trying to, beat the Germans, and they're trying to beat the, Japanese, and then they're trying to beat everybody in the world. And just, after you get to the point where other people can make them so much cheaper than you can. And Smith Corona actually did a pretty decent job of cheapening their machines while still maintaining good operational quality.
Yeah.
But I mean, you look at a late 70s Galaxy or even early 80s Galaxy, and there's a lot of plastic in there.
Yeah.
And yet the early full-size Royals, really the whole line of full-size standard Royals, always had a pretty good escapement, as far as I know.
Oh yeah, they're really bulletproof, even right into the 50s. Like that, like that's why I love the FP. I mean, I've not really ever gone wrong with all the FPs I've ever bought, even when they've been banged up and upside down in the shipping box and half destroyed. They work awesome, and they're easy to adjust and easy to fix. I mean, you just got a lot more room, right? They're just much bigger. But man, solid as heck.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had two FPs and both have worked beautifully. Of course, the first one I got rid of because, well, two reasons. It had a super hard platen, and then it had that super wide carriage, and I'm like, I am never gonna need this.
Yeah, the super white carriage is a bit of a turnoff. If you get the nice
Yeah.
or normal carriage, then it just looks beautiful. It's balanced, it's symmetrical. You got feng shui. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Feng and Shui, both.
feng and
What,
shui.
you don't like those 16-inch carriages?
No, no. I mean, they're impressive, but I mean, how are you going to use that?
Well, you put your letters sideways and
Oh,
you
okay.
type
Yeah.
lengthwise.
You put your 11 by 14 paper in sideways and you type one big long line.
Or you buy the
Yeah.
pad that Joe did and you just don't cut it up.
That's right,
I
exactly.
know.
That's right. That would be fun, actually.
Oh,
Have an 18-inch carriage and you could run that big, huge sheet of art paper through it.
yeah, yeah. You know,
You'll have to send me some of that, Joe. I'll put it through my Smith Premier 6.
oh yeah.
How wide is that? Is that carriage? How wide is your Smith Premier 6, Diane?
16 inches on
Oh,
the
16.
plant.
Goodness.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Because I had the platen replaced because it was one of these I could hold the rubber and pull the other end, and the other end came all the way out. So I had a hollow piece of rubber in my hand and
Wow.
the wooden core.
Wow. Easy.
Interesting thing about wide carriages is they were mostly on standard machines or ledger writing for most of the typewriter history.
Yeah.
So the 50s, about the mid 50s, as you start seeing wide carriages being put on portables as a business machine where you could feed envelopes or like catalog envelopes and stuff into it so you could address those things. And that's when you see the Galaxies start coming out with wide carriages, the 5TEs coming out with wide carriages. You see the Administrator come out of Royal from the Diana factory, and you see Vosses come out with wide carriages, and that all happened right about the mid 50s. And eventually Smith Corona was just producing 12-inch carriages, or not 12-inch, but 12-inch carriages for the Galaxies, because that's all anybody wanted. They wanted a machine because nobody was buying standard manuals anymore for business use. A home-based business would buy a Galaxy with a 12-inch carriage, and they could handle their business envelope addressing and stuff with those.
Well, and I'm sure you had the traveling salesman too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I thought that was kind of funny that you really only see the wide carriages on the big machines until right about the mid 50s, and then it all just kind of filters down into the portables.
Yeah, and that's why it's harder to find a 6 series in a standard width carriage, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they only really were around in the early 60s. Is the 10-inch carriage machines,
right?
The Galaxies.
There's a lot of classic 12s out there, but not so many classic 10s.
Yeah, I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have all the classic 12s. That's why there's not so many of them. Hey, morning,
nice shirt.
Good afternoon. Hey, yeah, wearing the same type house shirt. I like it so much. I ordered another 2.
Oh,
oh my!
I'm only wearing typewriter shirts on Type Club from now on.
Oh.
Couple of Ted shirts. I'll have to, Ted, you're gonna get a package. Finally.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, I got a package in the mail last night, and I thought, finally got May's package, but it was from Lucas Duel.
From somebody else. Oh, nice. Well, get all kinds of appreciative gifts.
Yeah,
for all that you do.
Mixtape.
Oh, cool. I could send you a regular cassette recording. I don't have a micro, but I do have standard size cassette.
I take regular cassette
all
recordings.
size.
I have this deck right over here.
Nice.
I haven't used it in a while, but sure.
Yeah, you need to send me some of your actual music.
Yeah, I still need to do the May's typewriter orchestra.
Mm-hmm.
Try that.
Yep, I've got some of Gregory's, and I've got some of Bill's here, and so eventually I want to make a little mini CD episode for just stuff from other typospherian musicians.
Yeah.
I can make a little compilation CD of their music.
I like Sean's Smith Corona thing that looks the orange thing that looks like the phone and you.
Oh, yeah, the tape.
Mail call.
The letter writer.
Mail call.
No.
I remember those. Those are
There he goes.
hilarious. Those are hilarious.
The mail. Hey, May, when you get this, let me know.
I'd have to have one too in order to listen to it,
Well,
right?
You're lucky. I've got 3 of them. So if we can find, because I didn't get any of the tapes. There's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and I don't know, 1 minute.
Are they cart machine tapes?
It's a cartridge that went in there, and it would say a Smith Corona mail call 1 minute cartridge, or 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever. And then basically just turn it off to talk, click on record, and then you'd start talking into it. And then when you're done, turn it off, pull your cartridge out, put it in an envelope, mail it. Yeah, you can tell that they were a little desperate with the changing technology in the world. To try to find
So that should be the same cartridges the radio stations used cart machines for advertisement spots.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's similar but a little different. But what is his name? 8-Bit Guy or one of those Techmo did a video about a year and a half ago on this, and he said it's exactly the same as the radio cartridges, but it has a different. I don't know, like you guys know that stuff more than I do. There was something in there that made it play at a different speed and different bands. There was like less channels that there were on the radio ones. So he could get some of the radio ones to work in there, but it didn't quite record the same way. I don't know.
So if you could find some radio station cartridges, it might work in that machine to record onto.
Yeah, I mean, it would, because it's just magnetic tape, but probably the format is different because that's a mono device, and the radio station ones would be stereo.
And if you're just wanting to record your own recordings on it, I mean, it would work.
And what he actually said was it was actually a media format that was going to be used to play tapes before the 8-track took over. But it didn't last that long, and I forget, it was called the play tape. That's what it was. If you could find play tapes, this is a play tape, but Smith Corona just bought and licensed the whole format for their use. So if you find a play tape, that will work. But yeah, it's one of those things I haven't looked too deeply. But it's even got a little tag May on the back, so you can put it around your wrist. So you can hang it there if you want.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you wouldn't want to drop that.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
But yes, I take compact cassette.
Nice.
So is micro the same as compact cassette?
No, micro is okay. Let's see. Let me grab
multiples.
Compact is the same as the Philips cassette, which is standard cassette invented by Philips.
This is a micro cassette.
Okay. Yeah.
And then let's see. This is a regular cassette.
Left. There you go.
There we go. So yeah, different. Quite a bit of difference there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're easy to tell apart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Who didn't have one of those recorders, when they were younger? Note to self, Monday, write a memo to secretary about the thing on those little mini cassettes.
Yeah. I thought I was so cool when I got a digital one. I was like, oh, I'm fancy, man.
So when I was a kid, me and my 2 brothers, one Christmas, we each got a Kmart Caltronics or whatever their house brand was, Calamartronics or something. Anyway, a regular standard cassette recorder, one of those rectangular ones with the big buttons and a little microphone. And so we went around kind of pretending like we were radio reporters, and my brother would interview my grandfather, and we would try to do radio programs with them. They were fun.
Oh, the good old days.
Yeah.
My friends and I did comedy skits.
Oh, really?
We'd script it out and play different parts and record it.
Yeah.
So speaking about those digital recorders, I found an Olympus digital recorder in a city park once. And
wow.
And it was the
recorder?
kind that didn't use a micro SD card. You just had to play it back. There was not even a USB connector on it. But on the recorder was a series of phone calls between a drunk guy and his girlfriend. They were having a fight or something. I think I still have that. That's pretty
hilarious.
You did sample that, right?
Well, I think I have it. I think I could dig it out and maybe send you some of that.
You need to sample it and send it to me.
Yeah.
I'll make a mix.
Mix. Drunk guy mix.
Yep. Hey, I've done that before.
Yeah. Hey, was that a 4-track recorder you were showing?
Oh yes, I've had this since the early 90s or mid 90s, I think. And,
Best X.
yeah, it's a 4-track, so you can, on one side you can record 4 tracks of music, and this is how I learned how to play guitar and mix, simple stuff. Back in the old days when I tried to be a rock star.
I had a Tascam 424.
Still works though.
Which was really like that too. Those are
I've
great.
got a whole bunch of mystery tapes of just sessions I recorded like over 20 years ago.
Wow.
I haven't listened to in a long time, so I'm gonna
do some mix downs.
Yeah, so I might send Ted next package. I'll send you some weird.
Yeah, I don't have a 4-track anymore, so you're gonna have to mix it down to 2 tracks.
Well, yeah, this thing will do that. This thing.
Yeah, yeah. So, I'm just saying, don't send me the raw 4-track because I can't
don't
use.
Send you. No. I can do both with this, which is really cool.
That's
and
cool.
A lot of the stuff I just did live, and so it is 2-track. Just sat down with guitar and messed around, and so you'll get some early May music. I do have a little typewriter show and tell.
Ooh, yeah.
Let's see.
Other people have gotten it already, but I finally got my
margin releases
and. I have the other 3. I didn't get the haunted one or spooky one because that's just not really, I'm not interested in that kind of horror, genre, but I still haven't gotten through the first one yet. So I still need to, I've got 4 all together now. So I've got some reading to do.
Yay.
And of course, Joe Van Cleve is always a big influence on us and the stuff that we buy. And so I bought one of those date stamp things. I'm starting to
oh my
date stamp when I received certain letters. And so that's good. And then that was on Amazon. It was, I don't know, not even $10. So it'll last me another 12 years. And then I got a typewriter stamp.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
nice.
It's cool. It's really cool. I'm trying to find the company label, but I've put it away somewhere. But it's made in the USA, and it just comes with just the rubber. So I had to find some scrap wood, and I made a little stamp on the back.
Nice.
So yeah, it's a pretty cool little typewriter stamp. You can
Wow.
even type a little note in the paper.
Yeah.
Right there. So this came from Amazon. It was like, I don't know, $6 or $7, and
Wow.
it's probably
It's pretty
2
detailed.
by 2 by 2 inches. I really like that. So typewriter related stuff, and of course you got to get ink pads to go with it.
Of course.
I still have to fix my typewriter stamps.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then I
yeah?
have a question for you fountain pen people. So someone gave me this stuff, Black India ink.
Do not put that in a pen.
Not fountain
Okay, well, I'm
pens.
glad I asked because I wasn't sure.
It's dip pen ink.
Yeah, get a glass dip pen.
Okay.
Or one of those calligraphy metal nib pins.
Yeah. You
Oh,
can
they
do
have
that.
like a little spoon or cup
Yes.
in it.
Yeah, like these.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, make
Yeah.
that big. Oh, I
Let
guess
me
I
add
can,
you to the.
I
there
can
we
do
go.
big too.
Yeah, here's
Oh, okay.
a
So you
couple of
basically
dip pens.
Yeah.
dip down.
So the India ink has tiny particles of black carbon in it, and that stuff will harden up and clog up your fountain pen
'cause
feed.
it's more like a pigment rather than
Yes.
dye.
Right.
Okay.
This is a glass pen that Gregory sent me.
And you can use
Oh,
those
wow.
with this
Yeah.
type of ink. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I'll have to
it has
get a
little
new
grooves
type
in
of
it.
fountain pen then to
So
try
you
this
just dip it
out.
in and it holds the ink.
It doesn't go bad, does it?
If you leave it open, it will.
Well, these have never been opened, but they're
Yeah.
probably almost 20 years old. So,
Yeah, I've got ink that's from the 30s that works.
okay.
Awesome.
Wow.
Well, there was an incident. So my wife had bought this really nice glass dip pen from, I think, France. She actually visited France back in her college days, and it came with a bottle of ink. And so I was using it, and all of a sudden I smelled something, and I was like, that doesn't smell right. The ink had spoiled and it smelled really, really bad. We're talking like sulfur. It was bad.
It probably got mold in it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it can go bad, but usually they'll last a long, long time.
Well, I imagine if it hasn't been opened, it's probably still good.
Yeah, and that's from like the 70s, so 70s or 80s probably.
So you're not a real writer unless you can make your own iron gall ink from oak tree roots.
Well, we do have an oak tree in our front yard.
I sense a new video coming.
There you go.
I don't know. I'm not going to do that.
Stay creative, Joe.
But I like the look of the brown iron gall ink. It does look good. I think you can buy it. People do make it.
Yeah. Actually, it's sad because one of the biggest oak trees in our neighborhood, it was huge. It was like maybe 2 or 3 months ago now. It fell over.
Oh no.
Oh.
They had to chop it out. Oh, I'm so sad. It was immense, but had I known that, I would have grabbed some of the roots. Oh man.
And you could have made a video.
Yeah. Or just send it to Joe and let him do it.
No, Joe's too much of a wuss. He won't do it.
I think Ted is trying to egg me on here. He's trying to challenge me.
Oh, not Ted.
No, Ted wouldn't do that, would he?
No.
I don't instigate anybody.
He's not an instigator.
So what kind of typewriter is the stamp? There is no brand.
We were going to ask you, May.
That looks like a
May 1000.
It's the
Remington. What?
It's an Imperial. From like early 1900s or late 1800s.
It's the one with all the type bars that stand up sort of on that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It is very detailed. It's really nice.
It really is.
Mhm. And Amazon had
Moya, I think, is
a couple of
the inventor
different
of that.
varieties.
Huh.
I just happen to like this one the best, but Amazon.com, guys.
Well, maybe you know the reality. You're just going to have to go buy them all so that you have a variety of things you can choose from depending on your
Of
mood.
course.
Yeah.
I've got different ink colors too, depending on my color mood.
Yep.
And I've still been messing with the same JP3s. They haven't left my typewriting station. So I still haven't used the dial-a-type element on anything, but
That is so cool. I don't think
Cool
Joe
to have.
last week. Joe, did you see that? You got to show.
I did. The dial-a-type. Yeah,
I
that was
did.
pretty amazing.
Yeah,
Super
he was
awesome.
here. He was.
And
You
those
have
are
to
like
find a way to use it.
Mathematical symbols,
Yeah, I
right?
have to start typing math on typewriters.
Math homework for your students. No.
You are
I mean,
a
I
teacher,
do a lot
aren't
of
you?
math. I'm a teacher, and we teach a lot of math and chemistry, but I've just never done it on a typewriter. Usually, math is done by hand on scratch paper.
So you have to do like Avogadro's number, right? On
Yeah.
yeah.
May, here's
6.022.
Yeah.
here's what you do, May. You write a letter that's very passionate about something that upsets you, and instead of the improper words, you just put a bunch of different symbols in there with your
like the cartoon curse words where they put the symbol. And I can use the infinity symbol instead of the word forever.
Nice.
I
There
can
you go.
close a letter with infinity yours, comma.
Or in my case, irrational numbers, like 5.
You guys are encouraging her to use math in vain.
It's a great band name, Math in Vain.
Math in vain. it is.
Math in June, math in vain.
Oh man.
Blasted steel.
Oh, Ted, you have another Selectric. How many Selectrics do you have? 3?
Right now, if you count the composer, I have 4.
4. And you recently gave one away.
No, that's the one I'm giving away. But Joe hasn't come and got it yet, so I get to play with it more.
Oh, you're
Well, it's
giving
gonna
away
be-
the composer?
It's going to be Kevin's, right?
Is that
what I
Mothra?
understand? Yeah.
No,
Giving-
that's a 721. That's the same as Joe's little
okay.
electric, except it's
Mothra is yours forever.
yeah, Mothra is the big composer, so
Yeah.
That one's not going anywhere.
nope. Ain't nobody else can make it work either.
It's funny, yeah, because we have typewriters and sometimes they have little quirks and we know they're quirks and we know how to
Mothra
work
has a
around
lot of
them.
quirks.
But if you give it or sell it to somebody else, then they're going to say, "Oh, this is a crappy typewriter."
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like, no, you just have to hold the margin release down when you return. You just have to, you know.
I literally have to do that. It's got a the express key on your Selectric,
Yeah.
Joe? It's got a
To make it
lever
move across.
on the top that I have to use because a lot of times it won't return all the way. So I have to grab that lever and hit return a couple more times to get it to go all the way to the left margin. And other people wouldn't deal with that.
Right.
It's just something I'm used to though.
Yeah, I don't
A lot of
mind the
times I
little-
kick it on and you start typing and you hit a capital letter and it just sits there and doesn't do anything. And you have to hold the shift key down because if you let go of it, it'll type a lowercase letter. So you have to wait for the interposers to unlock and type the uppercase letter, and then you can keep typing. But it's it's got quirks.
Yeah.
So speaking of the express key, I wish they had an express key that goes the other direction because sometimes it's when you have to like
tab.
Yeah, I guess you could tab it. Yeah, that's true. But
as Brenda would say, it's the janky. So we kind of
It's
like
janky.
Clear all your
little-
tabs and use the tab
Yeah,
key.
we like
Yeah,
a
that's
little
true.
jankiness. It adds character, right?
Yes.
It's not
Hey,
janky.
Ted,
Yes.
can you clarify what I'm looking at the database and I see these Selectric machine identification codes. Are those on the machine somewhere?
They're part of the serial number.
Okay.
And sometimes they're on a label on the bottom. Sometimes they're part of the serial number. Sometimes they're not part of the serial number.
Oh, geez.
Sometimes they're not marked anywhere on the machine.
Okay.
So like
Well, I
a 721 is basically just the Selectric one, which is the 700 series. It's the second letter is yours is 21 and 26.
Yes.
Those are factory codes. That tells you what factory they're made in.
Okay.
So if you go to the top of the list and look for the factory codes, you'll see which factory those were made in.
Right.
Sometimes there will be another dash and it'll have the actual model number of the machine, but not always. Usually not.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is all I saw in there.
Yeah, so those are Selectric ones.
Yeah, one's a
One of them was
one's a
made in
two.
Kentucky, looks like, and I don't know what 21 is.
What?
You'll have to look at the factory codes to
Oh, okay. Well,
figure out where it came
this one is a Selectric 2 and this one is a Selectric 1.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. But the model numbers are basically you have the Selectric one, which is the 700 series, and if the second number is a 1, it's a carbon ribbon. If it's a 2, it's a fabric ribbon, and then the last number is the size of the carriage. So, like a 721 is a 11-inch carriage. 723 would be a 13-inch carriage with a cloth ribbon, and a 725 would be a 15-inch carriage with a cloth ribbon.
Oh, mine has a carbon ribbon. How do they take? Are they interchangeable? Can they?
No,
take
it's an
either
entirely
one?
different carrier. You have to replace the whole ball carrier or
Oh.
ribbon thing. They're completely different cartridges.
And what size platen do you have, Diane, on that one?
I don't know.
She's got a shorty. That's an 11.
So yours is 711 then, right?
Yep.
Might
It would be
be.
a 711.
Mhm.
So that you could go get a big gulp.
Yeah.
Using it. And by the way, as per our previous discussion, 7-Elevens are very popular in Japan also.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Well, let's see.
Then your Selectric 2.
There's the
Yeah,
one.
that'd be a 711.
Oh, yeah.
Your Selector 2 is an 800 or an 8000 series, depending on how many characters they put in the thing. And that also has codes for what kind of ribbon it takes, because you could get a Selector 2 with a cloth ribbon.
Oh, well, this one
They're
also
not
has
real common.
This one also has a film ribbon.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously you can't see it because I've got it closed, but
yeah,
it's got one of these cartridges.
Yep. That's the best cartridge to have.
Oh,
They're the ones
okay.
that are still being made, and they're still plentiful, and you can find good ones. The Selectric 3s usually take a bicycle looking cartridge, and those are hard to get. But yeah, Selectric 2 with that cartridge is your absolute best bet if you want to type a lot and not have to spend a lot on ribbons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I guess that's maybe a 12-inch platen. I don't have a ruler.
That is a 15-inch platen.
Oh, okay. Well, and obviously I'm
Got the big one.
That's a big one.
I got the big one too.
It doesn't look as big as this as the Smith Premier 16-inch. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. and yes, it is sitting on top of my stove.
You're just cooking a little bit.
No, it's
Keeping
not,
it warm.
It's not doing anything. I
That
have
was the
to,
first place you sat it down.
it's a heavy SOB, and
I
frankly,
bet they
I
are.
have to reevaluate things as to where the heck I'm gonna put it.
Right.
But yeah, this one here, this is the ribbon on the one.
Yep.
7-Eleven.
You know what's funny is the ribbons for those will also work in my composer. So that's actually the ribbons I use in my composer is the ones out of the 71.
Interesting.
Oh.
They are slightly different, but not different enough to matter.
What is the year model of the composer that you have, Ted?
I think it's a 1973. So it's a gray model it's an international one. So you can change it to different language type bowls, but
So they overlapped. The
Yeah, that
twos
lap.
and the three productions overlapped because my two is a 1975.
Mhm.
And so your was made before. So they were making both at the same time.
Mhm.
Oh,
They were,
I
they
thought
were,
they- I
they were
thought they
still
only
making
made
Model
one,
D type bar machines.
Yeah, they were making
Oh.
the executive type bar machine up until the early 80s.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
They
Interesting.
IBM would sell you any typewriter you wanted that they made.
Yeah, the executive
still had
was the
parts for it.
proportional spaced type bar machine. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, my JP3, so going back to manual. So I've discovered this has the best end of page, end of line
Yeah.
or whatever thing,
Yeah.
because all you have to do is you tuck your paper in and then you raise or lower this thing just till it disappears behind the paper. And then when you go to type, and it will tell you, when you're up to 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And
Nice.
so it doesn't matter the length of your paper. You just basically have to move it to where it just hides behind the paper.
Olympia
And-
style.
That's like Olympia.
Oh, Olympias have these too. See, I
Yep.
need an Olympia as well.
You do.
Olympias, Adlers,
Oh, wow.
Triumphs.
I kind of figured that out. It's not in the owner's manual, but I kind of figured that out on my own, trying to calibrate, this feature. And I was like, oh, well, that makes perfect sense. So the best end of page indicator right here.
It is.
So Olympia does this too, right?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the.
Oh, I know, because you have to do
Right
like
on
these
the-
computations on the
Yeah.
Royal and Smith Corona. You have to be able to, and if you have a different size sheet paper, then you have to do some math.
Well, even the Selectrics had that end of page thing on the right knob.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about the numbering on that is it's based on a 9-inch tall piece of paper.
Yeah.
Makes no sense to
I-
me.
I figured it out for just using regular
Except
size paper.
This
It's
is
pretty
9
easy.
inches tall, so
Yeah.
maybe it's built for my custom size paper.
You solved that problem.
I did, yes.
Excellent.
Hey, Joe, can I ask, are you still in the same office since you
Yeah.
had your remodel?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. You
and
must
you
be
can see
facing-
you can see I'm facing a little bit to the southwest corner. You can see my lava lamp there.
Oh,
in the
okay.
window.
And
And
that was
I
the
have
that
these
was
new-
the
Yeah, I have these new cellular blinds that are translucent. They're not opaque. And in the summertime, in the afternoon, the west facing window there gets so much light that I literally couldn't see my computer monitor. So I put some black foam core up in the window to block the light. And I just decided to keep it there. So I have like 3 pieces large pieces of like poster board size, and I keep the middle part there all the time, and then the two ends I can slide in and out if I want to totally block the window or not. So it looks kind of janky, but it works for me. And it's also another excuse to use the word janky.
Ding, 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 ding. Word of the day.
Word of the day.
I just thought you originally had your computer in that corner.
Yeah, well, it's over on this. Here, let's do the whole tour, the grand tour. Computer is over there, kind of right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my table, and now this is the book. This is what you guys see when I'm.
Yeah.
You know. So, anyways.
And your acoustic panels.
Oh, yeah, those are egg crates, literally egg crates. You know.
Yep.
Yeah. And my homemade frame that has my lights and my microphone. Oh, my Graf Zeppelin poster in the corner there. When they used to run the Graf Zeppelin to South America, from Germany to South America back in the 20s and 30s. That was cool. Anyways. Yep.
Anyway.
Oh, this is my collection of watches that are solar powered. So they always sit there getting sunlight.
Oh.
I've decided
I thought they look kind of like staplers.
Yeah, well, I don't do battery powered watches anymore. I do only solar powered watches because I get tired of replacing batteries in them. So
is that a Ricoh GR box behind you?
That is a Ricoh GR. Oh yes, it is. In fact, well, I would have to duck underneath my stand here, but I have some grips, some custom printed 3D
That's
printed
right. I remember
grips.
seeing you talking about those.
Yeah.
I don't think I attended, but I've watched some of the
Yeah, Ethan made,
or maybe I was
me
here that week. I
three
don't
of
know.
them. He made me a dark gray, a green, and an orange. And so I've been wearing the green one last week because it's been rainy. But now that it's getting sunny again, I'm going to put on the orange one because it's October, you know, and it's getting to be Halloween season. So sort of.
That camera has a lot of good buzz around it, and
Yeah.
I've thought about that on occasion. I just don't know. I really like having an eyepiece on whatever camera I use, you know.
Right.
And I don't know,
know.
how well I would adapt to a camera without.
Yeah, it's an APS-C sensor, right? And it's 24 megapixels, so you can crop pretty well, you know, and still have a pretty good quality image. So if your framing isn't exact, you can adjust it in cropping.
Right.
But,
well, and it's not even just for the framing. It's just I like the dynamic of using an eyepiece for whatever.
Well, you
know.
can get an external eyepiece that slides onto the hot shoe.
Oh.
So then it works
That
sort of
makes sense.
like using a Leica rangefinder with a
Right.
wide angle lens, right? With the external viewfinders. And actually, Ethan printed me a little plastic one that doesn't have any optics in it. It's just like a 28 millimeter angle of view kind of peep sight. And it works okay too.
Nice.
So, yep. But I keep the box for some reason. I don't know why, but.
Well, it made for
We're
good
all
conversation.
empty box collectors.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I got so many stupid boxes. Like I have one of the latest lenses I got for my Micro Four Thirds is this TT Artisans 17 millimeter f1.4, which is a really nice lens, but I kept the box, you know, just because it's kind of nice, right?
The nice looking box.
Like nice looking box. You know, that's the thing about modern electronics and stuff is they figured out the packaging is part of the experience, right?
Yeah.
It's like when you buy a
Thanks to
new Apple product or a new Samsung or something, it's the unboxing experience, right?
Yeah.
They created a whole YouTube genre.
Yeah.
They did. They did.
Yeah.
That and people reacting to things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's so funny. It is.
I should do some reaction videos to Joe Van Cleef videos. Yeah.
Oh, you know, that would be, you know what? And I would do reaction videos to your reaction videos. I would be like, I didn't mean to be that way, or I didn't mean it to sound that way. whatever you say about me, I would counter you.
That would actually be great to have this running gag between two people reacting to each other nonstop, you know?
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh man.
Oh man, that's funny.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, here's a lens
Yes.
box for a large format lens. My
Oh, Schneider.
my 150 millimeter, I think it's Super SSXL or something. I mean, it's a huge thing. But yeah, I still have the box for it.
Is that in a larger lens?
No, it's a wide angle lens for my 8x10.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Andrew,
Yeah.
were you gonna say something?
Oh, I was commenting on the reaction to reaction.
Yeah,
You have that in the Muppet Show with the two.
that's right.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that
always
was
like
really
that.
good. That was bad. That was awful. Boo!
Excellent.
So, Gregory, I was meaning to tell you that I was looking around on Amazon and I found a supplier, somebody selling a letter size thermal paper, 8.5 by 11, and it's Pentax branded. So yeah, so I've ordered a pack of it. So when I get it, I'll do a review of it.
Please do.
But I think one of our people on here, it might have been Daniel, I don't know who it was, but just last night I was in email exchange with him. He was getting a let's see, he's getting a EP43, I think. Who was it? I can't remember who it was, but somebody I was just talking with anyway, he was getting an EP43 thermal typewriter and wanted to know about the paper. So I advised him about, I think right now you can get EKG paper in fanfold that's 8.5 inches wide.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So.
Yeah. And you can still get the brother paper, the individual sheets. Those are a little bit harder to find though.
Yeah. It was Kent Peterson was the one that is getting, yeah. So
excellent.
Yep.
Yeah, because I know Mike actually sent me a box of the brother sheets.
Right.
Hi Mike,
Yep.
how are you? Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm good. I'm doing good. Thanks.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'll probably do a review comparison between the brother sheets and this Pentax stuff, just for the heck of it.
Definitely, yeah. I get a nice dark imprint from the brother sheets.
Yeah.
So that's good stuff. Definitely.
Well, so this kind of relates a little bit to it, but I was looking at, there's a series of children's digital cameras that use a roll of thermal paper to print pictures on, black and white pictures. And there's a bunch of different brands of these, but there was at least one brand that was using a grade of thermal paper that's thicker and has better coating and makes a darker, more pleasing black and white picture. And that's what interested me in the whole thermal thing for pictures is, the better paper does a better job, right? Darker shadows and all that, right? Blacker blacks.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. Excellent. Oftentimes when I do a search for thermal paper, you get this paper that's somehow used for tattoos. I don't understand that.
Well,
I thought they were using a carbon paper for tattoos.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
they use a
purple.
stencil.
Like that purpley
stencil.
carbon paper. Yeah.
And they print on it and then they iron, well, they not iron, but they kind of wet it, put it on your skin and it transfers to your skin and that's how they do the pattern. So you'll still see thermal printers that you can buy that are marketed directly to tattoo artists.
Okay.
Specifically for that reason. So they can transfer designs to skin.
Yeah.
And you can use those for in a ditto machine.
Mhm.
Oh.
Now that Mike's joined, I'll have to repeat what Gregory mentioned because I thought that was actually rather unique that in high school you had a class where you were actually working with printing presses. Gregory.
Yes.
Yep,
Yeah,
I had that too.
Yeah.
We had a little tabletop Kelsey, that like a letterpress that we would work with, but I didn't start working with presses until after high school, but like printing presses offset.
Yeah, because who was it that showed the AB Dick brush? Someone showed an AB Dick brush.
I think that was Susan.
Susan, okay. And so I mentioned that I had taken graphics technology in high school and was printing papers for flyers and handouts for the school, and yeah. And in fact, my teacher liked me so much because I took like at least 3 semesters of the class. I loved it.
Teacher's pet.
Yeah, and so the teacher actually kept me beyond the period because I was printing things for the school, and then he wrote me a note because I was then late to my next class, but my English teacher was not pleased. Yeah.
How was your high school fairly large?
Yeah. I don't know the specific number of students, but definitely over 1,000 students.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
My high school was so small, we had almost nothing. I mean,
It sounded like a joke.
I know.
My school's so small.
We didn't even have paper to write on.
That I am the graduating class.
Well, yeah. My high
Actually-
school was so poor, we had manual typewriters in the mid 80s,
Oh, wow.
which actually turned out to be a good thing, today.
Yeah.
Because I have strong pinkies now.
I think my high school back in the early 70s was all 4 grades total. It was about 3,000 students. It was a lot of kids.
My high school was about 400 students.
Okay.
All total.
Wow.
My graduating class was 100.
Oh, okay.
My school
Ours-
fund was like 2,000, and the high school I teach in now is 2,600. So I've only known big high schools.
Yeah.
That's pretty good
Mine-
size.
Mine was 800. And we had manual typewriters too.
Yeah.
But that was earlier.
Yeah, I thought I learned on manual, but I just can't remember for sure.
Yeah, my mom had a manual typewriter. She back in the day, she was a secretary for a little while, and so she could really type. In my memory, and knowing what I know now, I believe it was an Olympia, possibly. And in my, again, this is coming from the memory of a very young child, but in my memory, it was an SM9. But again, I could be completely off.
Well, we had electric typewriters, and the popular girls got the Selectrics, and everybody else had Type Bar Electrics. I think they were probably Royals, one of those big, standard size electric Royal Type Bar machines. But then my dad bought us he bought my oldest brother a Hermes 10 electric, so we still have that in the family.
Oh.
You've probably seen that on a past video. It's pretty cool.
Yes,
it's like
I
an
have.
electrified Hermes 3000 kind of basically. But
I want one of those so badly.
I know.
cannot tell you.
I remember my mom had a 6 series Smith Corona, and in my memory it was black, which I didn't think existed until Diane showed hers. So I'm pretty sure that's what my mom had, and I used a number of times, but like you, Gregory, she was a secretary and typed really well, and so those are good memories.
Getting my mom to switch to the computer age was it was frightening because she would really hammer those keys. And then switching to a computer keyboard, we're like, no, you don't have to hit it that hard. Oh my goodness, yeah.
You don't have to what? Write it down?
You don't have to hit it that hard because she was used to a manual typewriter and she would hit the keys really hard. So then when we switched her to a computer, she was still trying to slam those keys and You don't have to move your arms for a computer keyboard. Oh man.
Does anybody find that it's easier or harder to type on a computer like a laptop now after you've typed on a typewriter for a while?
Totally.
Yeah.
It just drives me nuts trying to.
I'll type harder on the computer keyboard, harder than I need to. Yeah. So I have to adjust a little bit sometimes when moving from one to the other.
Yeah, it's easy to hit the keys on a laptop keyboard after you're used to a manual.
Oh,
You
yeah,
put
I mean,
more
I've-
pressure on them, and also you trigger the unintended letters. You know, even Type R electrics can have some really delicate, sensitive keys. You know.
Yeah, if you the repeat keys, if you hold those too long. Yeah.
Now, even though I have my 2-finger technique, and I'm obviously looking at the keys, and yet still I could tell a lot of it is muscle memory. And so, if it's not quite right, then I can still mishit keys transitioning between a computer keyboard and a typewriter. So yeah, it's interesting how even though you're looking at something, you can still have the muscle memory of how much your hands need to move.
So I was going to ask you guys this question, and it might even be the topic of a video I might make, but have you guys ever done this when you're typing, and you strike the first letter of the next word with the incorrect letter? And then instead of going back to correct it, you decide to change the word so that it begins with that letter while still maintaining the sentence's logical integrity, right? Did you ever try doing that?
Once in a while, yep.
What is that called? What is that? There's got
I
to be a
do
name
that
for
all the
that.
time.
Laziness.
And you end up with these really interesting sentence structures when you do that. That you wouldn't
Creative writing
normally do.
101.
It's unintentional creative writing, right?
Yes.
I call it creative editing.
Creative editing, yeah. I like
good.
that. No, I think it's a fun thing to do.
Joe,
It forces
I've gone through thesauruses to find the right word that fit somehow work into the sentence I was trying to write. Just to get that where it should have been.
Thesauri. You've gone through thesauri?
I have to thesaurize it. Yeah.
Is that how they say it in Canada?
No, that was Joe's word.
That's the plural of the Latin word or thesauri with an AE on the end. Thesauri, whatever. But
yes.
Thesauruses.
Yes, thesauruses. But anyways, yeah. So I thought that was a thing. I'm sure more than people than just me were doing that. But I don't know what you call it. I think it's
would
fun.
love to see. I would love to see a video on that. Definitely.
On the fly typing.
On the fly, yeah. Yeah, I like
what's worse is when you get 2 letters in, and then you have to think of a different word because it doesn't fit.
Oh yeah, and you have a lot less choice of words.
And meanwhile, it would have taken you much less time to just pull out the old. But you absolutely do not do it. You just try to find a new word instead.
Yeah.
It's a challenge. It's like a game, right?
Don't want to interrupt your flow.
Yeah.
I'm actually back to trying to adapt to naked typing once again without correcting and just Xing out my mistakes.
Yes.
I've struggled with that over the past couple of years. Usually I'd only get maybe 1 letter in and then I'd resort back to the correction film and then create more maintenance tasks for myself down the line. But now I'm back to just trying to embrace it.
I do this occasion when I miss a letter, like I leave it out. I'll just type it on top of the other letter.
Oh yeah,
and that's one of the reasons why I like doing 1.5 line spacing. It just works so well for that.
And to be fair, I got to admit that everybody has to acknowledge Joe has come a long way. Joe comes from a background in the world of very specific. It's got to be right and it's got to be perfect. And in fact, I got a letter from Joe for maybe 4 years ago. And I had made a bunch of mistakes. And the letter I got back from Joe 6, 7, 8 months later, whenever it was later, was I have a real hard time making mistakes and allowing them to stay in the letter. And Joe went on this big thing. And it actually gave me a bit of a complex. I thought, man, I got to work harder to make sure the letters I send to Joe are better. Because if I send him mistakes, he's going to judge me and never write me again.
No, I've gotten over it.
Yeah,
I really have.
Joe's gotten over it. Through some of his videos, now he accepts mistakes, no problem at all.
No, I do. Like okay, here's another example. This is just one today, and this is single line spaced. So there's not really, but I strike out with red and then just back roll and one half line up and retype to the correct letter and not worry about it. And then also I'm doing this nice kind of header now with.
That's nice. I like that.
You know, so I don't do my own letterhead, printed letterhead. I just type it, right? So anyways, yeah, I'm just working on new styles and things. But yeah, I've gotten a lot. I'm sort of embracing the imperfection as part of the whole purpose, right? I mean, you're not trying to be purposefully sloppy, but it's
Sure.
What it is it is an affectation to pretend like a person can make a flawless document. Like computers and word processor automatically corrects for us. So we pretend like we're making flawless typing, but it's really correcting our mistakes. Right. And so it's normal to make errors when you're typing. It's just normal. Even in handwriting, it's normal. It's human, right? So it's just expressing our humanness, you know.
Yep.
I have the autocorrect turned off on my my
Oh, yeah.
computer because it's like you'd be surprised the kind of things it tries to correct from the scientific language that I have to use.
Yeah.
And of course, being that I work for a German company, all the templates, the underlying normal language is of course German. So it's like
Yeah, my work phone at my the semiconductor company I work at that rhymes with Intel. It has, you know, if I turn on autocorrect, it's a pain in the butt because it's not set up to autocorrect or to recognize technical words. Or in my case, a lot of things we use are acronyms. Like I can make an entire sentence with acronyms that would make sense in my business, but nobody would know what I'm talking about it, right? So I usually struggle between turning off autocorrect and then having to correct everything by hand and then turning it on and having to uncorrect the false corrections that it makes.
Yeah.
It's funny, when I first moved to Portland, I served on the board of our local neighborhood association for a couple of years. And at our meetings, we had a rule that was developed that you weren't supposed to use any acronyms, or if you used it, you had to then explain what the acronym was. And so there was one person whose job it was to flag inappropriate acronym use. If somebody used an acronym and didn't explain it, they'd hold up their little card and you'd have to take time to explain what the acronym was, because they become so prevalent, you know, in our communication today that when, like, you know, the meetings were somebody recorded the minutes and so forth, and it was like, to make this understandable to a wider audience, you know, we really needed to cut back on our use of acronyms and explain them. And so I can totally see how, you know, in your business, for example, Joe, you could easily create some sentences that would be just strewn full of acronyms.
And they would mean perfect sense to an insider, but to an outsider, it's just a series of 3-letter words. But I was going to show you, this is my favorite acronym right now that I made up. This is the line out of Caddyshack. So I have that going for me, which is nice. It's Bill Murray's line, and I type that often enough to myself, just out of humor, that I made it into an acronym: SIHTGFI space WIN.
Nice.
Yeah, well, here's what I have to say to the acronym police. Okay.
Dunk.
Very clever.
Could have thought of a worse acronym, though.
But one thing I have to say about OK is, well, a couple of things. The first is, I never write out OK just as the 2 letters. I always write it out as the 4 letters.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, we have a restaurant here in Riverside called Oriental Kitchen, and they specialize in sushi. So the sign on the restaurant says OK Sushi.
How is it? Okay.
It's all right. Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I guess it's better than meh sushi.
Yeah.
Too bad they're not in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
man would
sushi,
be
okay.
man would be Malaysian something horticulture. No, I don't know. Anyways, Malaysian
Epicurean.
Malaysian Epicurean horticulture.
Bye, Andrew.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Bye, Andrew.
Good to see you.
Good to
Bye,
have you
Andrew.
hanging out with us for so long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where we're having fun now.
Yeah.
We're so
Oh, so I told you
international.
guys earlier about my 9-inch by 8-inch paper, and the thing I didn't really think about at the time was, can you hole punch it on a 3-ring binder? And the answer is very carefully. And now what I'll have to do is put Scotch tape reinforcements on the corners before I hole punch it on the 2 holes. But it does fit.
You know those little stickers that they have that reinforce the holes? Would those fit, or is that?
They might even be too tight. But I think
I
just
think
using
so.
Scotch tape and then punching through the tape is a good
Joe,
reinforcement.
we
Yeah.
need to find you a box of vintage Denison, those old Denison
Oh yeah.
white reinforcements. And then, I mean,
I know we had a
junkie,
crude
perfect.
we had a crude terminology for those in the Navy, but we won't say that.
But they're yeah, okay.
There you go, Joe.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yes. See, I think there's not much clearance up there. I think they would actually stick over the edge of the paper.
I think so.
Exactly what Ted's got. Those are the ones I was thinking of. So, Joe, you need the ones Ted's got there. Yeah.
Oh,
Dennis.
gummed. Yes.
Deluxe.
Yeah, because you
Deluxe.
can't just stick them on. You've got to work at it. You got to.
Oh yeah.
I
You know,
just
I
use
noticed
tape.
they.
Oh,
I noticed they
no.
spell that as
Dan.
2 words, like on the typewriter, but they don't capitalize the L of Lux. Like the Olympia capitalizes the Lux, the L, right?
Oh yeah, they sure do.
Whereas that box is lowercase L, which is weird, really strange. Anyways,
I've used them a couple of times on this piece of paper.
I guess you have, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, it's falling off on one side. But this is a table of contents for my my important folder of documents. This is something I use for work, and it's like, yep, there's a lot of paper in there, but
So there's a lot of residue.
Residue guidelines.
well, and it's like there's a bunch of dividers. This one that's kind of like hanging over. This is like the division between U.S. is on top, Canada is on bottom.
So what is that OPP, whatever it was? What does that refer to?
These are some EPA guidelines that we have to work. This is something we have to do for work, and since we're working from home, I'm just like, I really don't like going through these documents in the PDF. It bugs the crap out of me because I've got everything I need flagged. And it's so much easier to flip through the flags than through the documents.
Right.
So whenever we were told to clean out our desks, I'm just like, okay, that's coming home, because it's like, I missed having easy access to it. I mean, it's not something I grab every day, but
It looks super exciting.
Yeah, it does.
Did your office close down?
No, it didn't, but most everybody has been and continues to work the majority of their time at home.
Mm-hmm.
So technically and they've been doing this, I don't know, I guess they're trying to figure out the layout of the offices, and most people in the building no longer have a desk. I do still have a desk because I have things sent to me. And I mean, like, I haven't actually been there when I've had boxes sitting in front of my cube, but theoretically I have boxes of data that I am sent at the end of each season.
Uh-huh.
And
The data season?
no, the farming season.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
okay. It was funny. I got excited when we were driving home from the Hollywood Bowl, and on the way, I happened to see the big office building for Avery, and I got excited. I was like, hey,
That's really
Avery office.
sad, Gregory.
I know, huh? I know. Especially since we were just at the Hollywood Bowl seeing Pet Shop Boys and New Order performing. So,
and the next thing I thought it was labels.
Yeah.
No.
And enforcements.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so here's another paper question. So some of my correspondents write me on A4 size paper. And if you 3-hole punch it and put it in a binder, it's going to stick out above the binder because it's 3/4 of an inch taller than US size. So I figured out I hole punch it on the short side and then fold it back a little bit. I mount it sideways and only put 2 holes in it.
Yeah.
So how do you guys deal with A4 letters? Do you let it stick out over the edge of the binder or you punch it sideways?
I'm punching it normally and let it stick out up the top. So when I put a binder or a file, it doesn't bend out underneath. I've just been too lazy to do it. The way you suggest is smart, but I just haven't done that.
So they don't make A4 size binders?
I'm sure they do, but I've got a ton of old things I've just gotten inherited for free. And why buy a new binder when I got so much other stuff? So I just
like
use what I've
in
got.
Europe, would they have like taller binders that cover A4,
Yeah.
I guess?
Yes, they do.
Oh, okay.
The binders are a little bit different, and most of them are just 2 holes, 2 instead of 3 or 4.
Interesting.
So
I have a legal size binder that I
Oh,
picked
wow.
up. Yeah.
What I want to get is a half letter size binder because if I'm not doing 6x9, I like to do just half pages. Oh, what is that one, Ted?
That's my correspondence.
Ah, yes.
That's I use these sheet protector things.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't even punch the letters. I just fold them up and put them inside the sheet protectors.
Yeah.
Like each one of these is one of my correspondents.
Okay.
And all the letters they've sent.
Each sheet corresponds to a correspondent.
It corresponds to a correspondent. For instance, here's the gigantic one from Bill. I got a lot of letters in that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
The second largest one is Joe's.
Okay, I better up my game. I guess I gotta start writing letters.
Up your game.
See, the other thing is that Bill is using thicker paper. I don't necessarily use as thick of a paper gauge as Bill does.
Well, his thing is he writes lots of sheets.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
You'll get 2 or 3 sheets of paper in each one of his letters.
I guess I'm going to have to start triple spacing. That's all there is to it.
You make it up because you
Bills are
send
single
tapes.
spaced.
So
I know that's the thing.
And I can't put tapes in here because they take up too much space.
I'm a wordy son of a gun.
Yeah. Joe sends a lot, but it's usually on some sort of media that a lot of times he'll write letters just recording them on tape. So there's that. I have to sample them and burn them on CDs so I can put them in the binder.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Excellent.
That way I get to listen to his letters twice.
Ooh,
Yes.
nice.
Listen to it, then when I have to sample it.
Yeah. And speaking of the tapes, by the way, Joe, you will have one coming back. I'm
right.
preparing the tape for recording because I was going through my stuff. We had to do all this preparation for the kittens. And I was going through all my stuff, and I found the little handmade case you made.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's you on one side and me on the other.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I thought I had already replied to this, but I still have the tape, so I did not reply to it.
Okay.
What is
that
the
will be on the way.
handmade case?
Was that
A handmade cassette case?
micro cassette case? Sorry, I wasn't
okay.
quick enough.
You're gonna have to show us that.
Yeah, I don't have one with
Yeah.
me, but
I'm
maybe
curious.
Gregory can dig it out. It was made up.
Pixar STFU.
Yeah. I'll have to post it on the Typewriter Club Live Facebook group because I'm locked in here with the kittens, and it's out there. So
the kitlins.
That sounds really dangerous, but we know.
Or
it's
you could post it on the Type Pal site as a photo.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, because not everyone is on Facebook. Yeah.
So I was thinking that the last 2 recordings I did, one to Ted and one to my another friend in Ohio, Mitch. I started using a video microphone plugged into my microcassette recorder. And yeah, and I thought it was really good quality audio because I can adjust the output level with that microphone. A little bit hotter signal. I think Ted, you got one of those tapes. Did you like it?
Sounded real good.
Yeah, much better than the built-in mic in the recorder. So,
well, and then you're also eliminating the motor noise and stuff. So
yeah,
from the tape player.
Yep, we're getting high fidelity microcassette audio here.
Now you just need to do stereo.
Oh, I know. Well, that's what you do with two microcassette players.
Yeah, you have to sync them perfectly.
That's right.
Play them back.
Well, you could probably use a 300 baud modem signal and record onto tape, microcassette.
Oh man.
Like we used to in the old days, and make digital audio recorded as a digital signal.
Well, what I'll do is I'll send you a basic program off my TRS-80.
Oh no!
As a cassette.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Look at May's doing a correction there. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I love the
Real time.
Real time.
correction. I just type minutes when we are talking. My hands just, I'm compelled.
So,
to move. I can't sit
I don't know if I
still, so
mentioned
I'm just
this.
typing about what we're talking about. That's
I don't know if
all.
I mentioned this, but one of the things I love about the Selectric 721 is that you can slip a correction tab all the way down, like, and use the middle of the tab. You know, that's hard to get to sometimes with some manual typewriters. It works really well.
Yeah, I noticed. I was trying to use the correct type on a certain typewriter. I don't remember which one. And the process of jamming it back there, it rubbed off on the paper, and I was like, ah.
Yeah. I think I have a Silent Super that, like, it has the two little curved paper fingers for cards, and they're really close to the platen. And then the paper bail comes down right above it. So you have to kind of like flip up the paper bail, then you have to work the paper, the tab in there. And yeah, it's, I guess the lesson is just don't make mistakes, or don't worry about them, you know.
Embrace them.
Embrace them. That's right. Embrace them.
I have had some luck putting the correct type on the outside of the ribbon vibrator, so that
oh,
you know,
you
it's not
rebel.
ideal.
You crazy rebel, Gregory.
I know.
I knew you would
Just
do
set
that.
to stencil. I mean,
that's true. Yeah.
You don't have to worry about the ribbon vibrator hitting the correction
Yeah.
thing if you just set it to stencil.
This reminds me of something else. This will be a video. Kevin and I, actually it was me, I was with Kevin. We figured out how to do half line spacing on a typewriter that only has single, double, and triple, like a Smith Corona, something like that. And it's using a backing sheet that's ruled in college ruled paper lines, and you stagger the backing sheet off to the left side of your sheet so you can see the lines, and then you use the infinity line to readjust it for the college ruling, and you can get 1.5 line spacing out of a single line spacing typewriter.
That sounds like a lot of work.
It is, but
you use the infinity glove.
The infinity glove.
Infinity glove.
That's called craft typing.
Once you get the space stone in there, you're set.
That's right. And you need May's special typewriter with that mathematical symbol thing to type the infinity symbol, you know, as part of it. The Moebius infinity thing.
What is that called? Select a type? Is that what they refer to it as? Select type?
Didn't you get a symbol ball, Joe?
I don't have a symbol ball. I don't think I do. No, but I do have, not to brag, but I guess it sounds like I am bragging now. What do I have? I have the Oriental script.
We know.
Oh, I do have the symbol. I have. It's
That's
Greek.
the one I want.
It's
Joe,
Greek.
I
and,
need that one. I have
Yeah,
Oriental.
I have Greek and mathematics, so I guess I do have.
Do
a
you have
symbol
Old
one.
World or Old English?
I have. No.
That's
I
my
have
other
Old
favorite
English.
one. And
There
then
you
the
go. I have-
calligraphy.
Here's
I have
Old English.
calligraphy, which is really
I'm gonna
nice.
go back and get that old world.
Calligraphy,
yeah.
Old English.
Yeah. Some of
and
them say Old World, some of them say Old English. Like I have
then
one of each, but they're
Oriental,
exactly the
so
same.
you can do your own Chinese restaurant menus, right?
Yeah.
And
Can you hold that closer to the camera, Joe?
Yeah.
Let me wipe the drool off my face.
Oriental drawing.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's
not
cool.
focused very well
It
because
is
it's
cool.
just.
Oh, Joe, that ball's not for your typewriter yet. That's a 10-pitch ball.
Oh, I know.
You need
I
to
know.
send that to me.
Yeah,
I
no,
love it.
we.
Here's the symbol
I'm
thing.
half Oriental. Send it
Here's
to
the
me.
symbol thing, which is Greek letters and some mathematical stuff, which is
Yeah,
kind of cool.
I have one of those balls. I haven't tried it yet. A symbol ball.
Oh.
I might go back and get he had an old world one. I might go back and get.
So what is large elite? Is it still 12 CPI but taller, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, May's
space is
the
much
robot.
wider.
She's got into robot mode.
Domo arigato.
My favorite is the artisan.
Yeah.
And
So we need to have a contest to see who can
script. I
talk
have
That was good,
business
like
Gregory.
script and
their voice is being
regular
interrupted.
script. Of course, all
Yeah.
of them are awesome. Oh no! Oh no!
And you're like a minute
Let
behind.
me sign on.
I used to love that record, Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Well, we went way out on a tangent.
Oh, that really tickled me for some reason. That's pretty funny.
I like that.
Poor May. She's
She
rebooting.
left.
He's like,
Oh,
"Screw
she's
this, I'm outta
rebooting,
here."
I'm sure.
It's 2:00. Can you believe it? Oh my goodness.
Oh my
Wow.
God, I gotta
We,
go.
we've had some fun.
We have, my goodness.
Thank you for that, Gregory. That was funny.
Oh, thank you guys. My goodness. My cheeks are tired.
Ah, goodness.
Oh, there she's back.
Yeah, she's back.
She's back.
Yeah,
New
everyone
York.
started sounding like it's for a while. So.
Oh no! There
Oh,
goes.
no.
She's coming in.
Figured I was doing the same thing to you guys.
All right, I have to bust out the record now.
Yeah, so my favorite is the biscuit. It's a really pretty, like calligraphy. Is it still that way? Damn it.
Yeah.
It's a little bit.
now.
It's not too bad.
No. Damn it. Hold on, I'm gonna try one more time.
Oh man, that is funny.
And
Yeah,
well played,
Joe, if
Gregory.
you really want to have fun, you should try using the correction tape on a Smith Premier. Model.
That
you
just
know.
seems wrong.
That's just wrong.
Well,
Just
you
punishment.
know, it's a little tricky. You obviously, it's you can't just sit there and hold it and type. You literally have to get out like a pen or something and rub it on there.
Yeah, that's period incorrect.
Well, yes, it is. Actually, on the Model 10, you could do it as normal because that one's a visible, but the other models are not.
Adventures in typing.
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah,
okay now?
Maybe John.
Yes.
will
Yes.
Yeah.
line
Okay.
for a
Just had to
video.
restart.
Yeah.
Yes. So we got.
Excellent. All right. Well, May's back just in time for us to say
Just in
goodbye.
time to say bye. Happy
You guys have been a
typing.
blast. You always are,
You're
but I
always-
don't know. Today is
Yay, Gregory.
You guys keeping me in stitches.
Yay,
so-
Joe. Yay, Bill. Yay, Ted. Yay, Mike.
Hey,
I
everybody.
got a whole page
Hey,
typed of
everybody.
nonsense.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm gonna start posting our little minutes to the
Yeah, please do.
events. I've got stacks of them, and I've.
Oh, that'd
and
be
even-
cool.
Yeah, and you have a forum for that, or
Yeah,
a section of
You
the
could
forum
do,
for that.
you could do
Okay.
it in the
Yeah.
galleries. Yeah, the
Yeah, I've been
galleries.
trying to be more prolific with my blog. I kind of
I like your
Let it
latest blog
bleed.
articles, May. They've been good. It's been fun.
thank you.
I
thank
Yeah,
have
you.
been
keep it up.
absent
I
from the
just decided
typist
I'm not
really.
going to have a
I need to get out
plan.
there.
I'm just going to type stuff and just post it. It doesn't matter what it is. as
That's
long
what
as it's
that's what
typed.
it's for.
I tried.
That's the best
I
plan.
struggled with, how am I going to have this blog style or whatever? No, it's just as long as it's typed, it doesn't matter what it is. So,
Exactly.
And just
Yeah.
remember, blogs are intrinsically better than social media like Facebook or whatever, because you can go
Yeah.
back in time and search old blogs much easier than
yes.
social media.
Exactly.
Once you only look at the current things, and when it feeds you
Yeah.
new
and
stuff.
so many people post that gets lost and
Yeah.
So, and
Hey,
that's
May,
another thing
where-
I've done. I've taken my old Facebook posts and copied them and put them in my blog. So
Oh,
the people
nice.
like Bill, who aren't on Facebook.
It helps keep the typosphere alive.
Yeah,
Yes.
but it's more for me just to have them because, like you said, you post on social media, that stuff gets lost, and I want to keep it forever.
That's right.
My blog is my memory, actually, because
Yeah, it's your whole typewriter
goes
history.
10 years back or 12
Yeah,
years back.
I saw some of your music. Like you have music from like 20, 30 years ago on
Mhm.
your just the monk.org, not the typecast section,
Yeah.
but just monk.org. He was in like 5 different bands and he has music on there. So I've
That
done
is
a
my
deep
memory
dive into-
hole.
Yeah, I've done a deep dive into Ted's life, old poems where you did like, the weird
Oh,
background.
you went all the way back to the 90s.
Yeah, like you have like this
With the
blue
animated
textured
GIFs.
background and
Nice.
orange bold text, that whole 90s. Everybody's trying to do as many colors as possible.
Yep.
May,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
May, is your blog out on the Type Pals?
Yeah, it's on the Typosphere on Richard Holt's typosphere.blogspot.com. It's on the blog roll, but it's just Arkansas typewriter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. So
Or
I
is it
have
like
like
say-
5 fans, Joe.
Oh.
That's okay. That's kind of who
I'm one.
my audience is,
I'm
and
one.
Bill.
Oh.
Yeah, so my audience is typewriter people, and I just started it, not to.
What it makes up for, what it lacks in quantity, it makes up for in quality.
Exactly.
There you
And so I
go.
always go
There you
back.
go.
I read Bill, although Bill hasn't posted in a while either, but I always check, the blog roll to see who's
Yeah.
posting.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
overdue.
having trouble posting my last one, but
Greg's. Yeah, I like your new format, Gregory, on your blog.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so that's nice.
I've had to change it a few times. I had my own install of WordPress, and I was very happy. I had quite a few entries, and then my website account just took a big dump, and I lost like
Oh no.
4 or 5 blogs.
Aw.
Horrible. Mm.
Well, you have that stuff. You still have all the typewritten stuff. That's the great
I
thing
do.
about typewriters,
I do.
Unlike digital stuff that
Yes.
disappears, you still have the pieces of paper. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about going back and scanning them and backdating them, but it's
Yeah.
a lot of work.
It is. It is.
So I usually scan mine on my phone and upload it to Flickr. I have a
yeah.
pro Flickr account with unlimited data. And then I have a folder in my Flickr just for typewritten stuff. All the writings and blog articles, all those images are all on that folder. So
Nice.
gallery, I think they call it.
And that's publicly available.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
don't
I'm gonna go
forget
now.
to-
I'm getting hungry.
All right. Thank you so
I'm gonna
much.
make me a
everybody.
bagel. I'm gonna make a Swiss and ham bagel sandwich. Is what's coming up
Nice.
next.
Enjoy.
Tasty.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
See you guys.
All
See you
right.
guys.
See you next
All-
week and
Next
all
time.
the other.
Good to see everybody.
Happy
Good to see everybody.
typing.
Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.